Hello. Welcome to the stream. Br- Live, being live broadcast from America. That's right, being live broadcast from right here in America. And here in America, we we like to apparently elect a bunch of rich people to take things over and enrich themselves and make us poor. That's what we're doing here in America. And in order to do that, we have to consistently control all the police and have them harassing people online instead of doing their fucking jobs. And really, really heavily focusing on people online because they're worried about assassinations on Donald Trump. And this is what they're telling them. It's a bunch of bullshit, obviously, because unless you've been living under a fucking rock, Um, it's pretty obvious at this point that Donald Trump is meddling around in his own assassination attempts, and there's just been some very obvious stupid nonsense going on. Um, Mitch McConnell gets hospitalized after being stoic and ceasing to respond several times in public. And we've talked about how corrupt he was over the years. So the point is securing, maintaining whatever his position was continuing to do for this ridiculous oligarchy that is taken hold, that has that was, remember, that was the guy that before Trump's impeachment trial way back, he told the press right before swearing under oath, he told the press, I will not be an impartial juror. I can promise you that. This is incredibly illegal. It's treason, basically. And because the point is, he would have that position to be a loyalist instead of representing you. That's what that would mean in that moment. He's representing Trump regardless of what he's done wrong. I will not be an impartial juror. I can promise you that. This is a behavior. This tells and trickles into Americans that it's okay to act like this when you have representatives running Republican state media bullshit for their bullshit that is loyalist. So if you live in a state with a corrupt senator, this is going to happen a lot, such as good old Pennsylvania having Dave McCormick, and then guys like, I wanted to like Fetterman, but this guy came along and did the thing that you don't do as a Democrat. And like, I'm not, you guys know I've stood fast to the fact that I'm not really a Democrat. I want to embrace the democratic republic we've always had, the constitutional presidential democratic republic we've always had. But I also embrace the socialist democratic swing of people that are coming in because I actually like the people. They're good people, and a lot of what they say and they're doing is working and makes sense. So why not? If somebody comes along and they're a complete dickhead, okay, then I won't embrace it anymore because they're gonna make it that way, just like Trump has done to the Republican Party. It was already bad. It was already in shambles. Trump came along and said, you know, hold my beer. So You cannot have a sustainable economy and a sustainable country that trades with everybody and is rich like this for this reason, no other reason, for this one, because we don't do anything else. We trade. Our movies, let's trade. There's I've already pointed out the fact there's not that many people in this country. There's billions of people in China. Billions. Over a billion. That's a significant percentage of the world's population. And we got millions uh, jammed into New York City, but we got millions jammed into LA and plenty other cities around the US, but elsewhere, not really. And we have a very large country, we do. But as I've been reminding everybody watching, maybe elsewhere or whatever, Russia is the largest country in the world. And it's double the size of the second largest country in the world, which is Canada. Not even the United States. Canada. Okay? Now, it's generally thought that Canada's pretty cold. There's a good bit of it that is hard to inhabit, sort of like Alaska is. However, Russia tries to peddle this, and it's just not true. While there is part of it that is very cold, what I found out is that's part of the psyop they run. They really want to convince these people that they can't. No, that country spans 11 time zones. It's got plenty of land, plenty, plenty, plenty. It is double the size of Canada, double, which is the second largest country. It's double that. They got plenty of room. If China is how big's China? Not even half the size of the United States, right? Is it like half the size of the United States? Something like that. I don't know, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. It's a chunk of the United. It's a portion of the basically in size, and there's billions of people over there. Now, I'm not trying to pick on them, but their government ain't so friendly. Okay, it's not. Now there's Russia, and because of Trump, we aren't now as well. This is why Europe doesn't want anything to do with us. I mean, we sit here and change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America willy nilly. What the hell's the matter with you? This is to mess with your head to get you to be racist. That that's all this is. I laugh because it's so stupid. It's so stupid. How do you fall for such a basic thing? Well, when I think about it, because I think about this stuff all the time, to me it seems basic, simple, and stupid. But I have to realize there's so many people that are just absolutely certain of this, and they never look anything up. They don't research it, even the smallest bit. They go home and they watch Fox News. That's it. That's what I want everybody to realize. Any Amish that are just getting into this and just finding out and just becoming informed, anybody in other countries, this is what a lot of people do that vote for Trump. They are not informed people. They're people that read memes. Even Ass Gold himself admits to getting news from memes. He admits it. And look, I mean, I know that I'm the person that likes everybody. I like the guy and stuff like that. But at a certain point, we have to realize that what we're doing, with our community and stuff, especially when people are watching his channel and there's a lot of them from the UK or something like that. I just feel like at a certain point you kind of have almost a responsibility to if you don't know what you're talking about, shut the hell up because he doesn't. He's been wrong so many times. And I'm somebody where I'm wrong in front of you and correct it in front of you and go, "My bad, I was an idiot." I'll admit to stuff. I'll tell you when I was wrong. I will go back and I'll say, "Hey, I misreported. We were wrong about this. We've done this. I can do these things. I'm comfortable with doing that. I don't mind. Doesn't bother me in the slightest." But this is the problem that, believe it or not, men have. I don't see it with that much with women. I see it with men, where it's like a pride thing, but that's not what. Don't let pride get in the way of truth. In order to be prideful and proud of yourself, you have to be truthful in the those facts that you're speaking about and the subject that you're talking about. Otherwise, you're sort of just making up a bunch of shit and hoping it's right. And that's kind of what he's doing. And I think he's so narcissistic, he actually believes that he can just do this, and he's one of these people. He's not. It doesn't mean that he's incapable and that he can't be smart at times and be and but that came from somebody that taught him or that he learned from, that he worked with, or that they're friends with. I'm just using him as an example. Somebody like that that sort of kind of seemingly just goes from, you know, somebody that kind of everybody likes to this person where it's like, well, dude, I thought you weren't like that. I thought you know what I mean? Like, I kind of just thought, like, you weren't a damn narcissist like that. Like, you just didn't look at things like that. You know what I mean? Um, it's the sort of thing where you wouldn't be able to talk to him about stuff. He wouldn't be a good listener. Like, if you would talk to him about something, he would he would he would do his thing, right? And he would pretend like he's really thinking about this and stuff like that. But in reality, he has no fucking clue. Because he's never given anybody else's opinion and stuff like that a time of day or experienced that in life. He's always just experienced what he thinks is right. He's never considered, all right, we'll give it a shot. I told you guys when Trump got elected, all right, here we go. I even watched the election with you firsthand and went, listen, listen, we're going to watch this. I didn't even expect him to win. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Both times he won, I was like, God damn it. But it was a trick. That's why. Because we really do believe that while there was never any evidence with Biden and it was investigated because people bitched and there even wasn't even any evidence. There was plenty of evidence actually with Trump both times. And the first time it wasn't necessarily on him, it was on Russia. And I've pointed that out before. Like, they just wanted him to win because he's a fucking idiot. So all this is happening because Russia wanted it happening, because otherwise it would have helped Ukraine win the war by now. Oh, absolutely. And we'd have drone defense capabilities, and because we would have been working with them, they would have given that tech to us because it would have been side by side, and Trump hasn't been. You have to understand, like, that's the reality. Is the rest of the world is getting ahead of us in military, and he's not willing to work with people. So this is the problem. Well, we work with everybody, and we're so ahead. That's why. But now we're falling behind, and he's trying to surge money, and that's your money because that guy won't work with anybody. He's a complete asshole. So this is the reality of how things actually were. We need everybody, and the reason why is because, well, we have their backs and they have ours. We have good presidents at times that strike a deal to the whole point is that you don't know about it necessarily because that country doesn't want you to. because it would cause problems for them. But yeah, I mean, we've done that. And so this thing where Trump goes in there and just gives Xi Jinping of China like just all the NVIDIA chips, as if this guy isn't spying on our devices enough. Oh, so all the NVIDIA chips just go through China now. Good job. So it's stuff like this where the further we go with this guy, the more he does stuff that is just quite frankly moronic. You would just never. It's not something any president would do, or any smart person in that position would even do at this point. Because my point is, I have smarter solutions to a lot of the stuff that he's done. And a lot of this is just because I've so closely followed what presidents have done. It'd be not like you're a president for X amount of term, but if you'd actually follow it so closely that you're doing the research instead of all you people that just very briefly read this and sort of pay attention to that, but don't. You have to realize that's a person actually getting research for that, similar to an actor would for like a role or something, where you, even professionals and plenty of people that they're portraying and stuff, are like, yeah, that's a really good portrayal and stuff like that. It's just researching. So this stuff can it can be used and as academics and all that. It's just you have to actually do it. Okay, so that's what partially what Obama did with his new center too. Okay, I think is to try to help educate people, because our education system is fundamentally broken. And each time you get a Republican in there, they defund it, and the process starts over. And then but sometimes the Republican realizes, and they try to do something and stuff like that. But it's just too late, and a lot of times it has more to do with Congress than it does the president. So Trump, yeah, it's Trump because he takes too much power and he does hire idiots, okay? But with other Republican presidents in the past, a lot of the time it was more about trying to get Congress to work together, and Obama did that. Obama was the one that actually did that. He was bipartisan. He got Affordable Care Act passed, which again wasn't Obamacare. That's not what Obamacare was. Obamacare was a website. The Affordable Care Act was what you wanted, and that took away pre-existing conditions. That's the thing that gives you universal health care, that puts pressure on insurance companies so that they can't be like the only ones there just doing whatever the heck they want with your premiums going through the roof, whatever costs you money to use your insurance. It's skyrocketing. They can't do that anymore because they have competition in that market where they sort of need to be desirable. So the point is, there's all these problems where I've paid attention to, and I've been really, really diligently. This is the stuff I've cared about. And so like you just know how a lot of stuff works because you're doing that. That's all. All right, so yeah, I haven't I've seen Lindsey Graham passed away, and I'm really sorry to hear that. I don't dislike the guy or anything like that. With Lindsey Graham, he was sort of I just really was unsure of him because didn't he come into play right around when Trump came in too? So it was really hard to gauge the guy. Um and he's a Republican, obviously. So like some of that stuff it's hard to gauge. Because yeah, Trump just continues to corrupt these guys even more. It sucks. But I didn't see the thing that people were saying that he was bodied by Russia. I didn't see that. I as far as I know, we're not sure, right? Like it's still like I think there's an official release that like of what they're saying and stuff like that, that it was cardiac arrest, right? Something like that. Now, again, what you're saying, yeah, like it's sort of like, well, I've already explained how we're in a signal guerrilla war and key players are going to be eliminated if they can. So it's important to recognize that, yeah, like some of this technology might look like that. He was touring a drone facility that got turned to dust. That's pretty interesting. I'd like to look into that. He was, hold on. He was touring a drone facility and that got hit too. So this is what you have to realize, guys, is like the UAPs and stuff. Like I know we keep talking aliens, and I know I've said this before, and I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but it's far more rational to say that a lot of these UAPs are just China, and we don't have the technology to understand it. Like they mess with our instrumentation, and then at the same time, there's psyops being run on our military and stuff like that. And you have to understand it's our own CIA. Like and even they might not know. Like some of them might be like, like what the hell is he talking about? Like why is he always saying that and stuff like that? We've done these. We've vetted everyone a million times. Well, yeah, you're gonna. I mean, remember the who's that guy that was what was his name? There's this guy in the FBI for like 25 years. It was an inside man. And he was like the nicest dude. 25 years. You're not gonna know. That's why Obama was doing some of the things he was doing. It sounds cold, sounds harsh, but if ultimate like here's how you look at um I can't I know this is really the grim side of the presidency, but this is how you have to look at it. It's exactly what people do on the road where they don't slow down and the rest of us can see it. So for those of you who can see that stuff, it's exactly like that, where they can't rationalize slowing down just simply saves lives. So if taking out this target, definitively saves lives, like just one actual terrorist, while we don't like to always do that, if we know that something's gonna happen, and like you get what I'm saying, and it's just getting to a certain point where it's like, how many times are we gonna trade this asshole's life for this many people, and people don't even know about it? The media's not gonna cover it. The TikTok, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't know who that is. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna write that down. Give me a sec to write that down and look that up. Um, so yeah, he was touring a. That's nuts. He was touring a drone facility. You're saying you got the drone facility got turned to dust, and now he's unalived. He is 71, but that's what they're counting on. That you're saying gonna say that. Um, okay, I have made note to look into that. Um, But anyway, you guys get the point. I mean, you don't want an oligarchy. You want to be able to properly fund things. Again, taxes aren't a bad thing, but the point is when the rich people don't properly allocate, like they're never going to allocate it for themselves. So like that's what's going on. They're allocating it for like normal people. Like you can't afford high taxes. You've always said that. So why are you letting Republicans fool you into thinking it's the Democrats raising taxes when it's them every time? Just like when Biden was in office, it was Trump's tax plan. That was still the tax plan from the Trump administration. So the point was that the your taxes very slowly were going up. That initially did a tax cut initially very slightly when Trump first did that to trick you into thinking you got a tax cut, and very slowly raised them over time because the plan just is ongoing. It's just a bill basically. They just sign it and that's it. So they signed this and it stays into effect. It's just a bill. It's the tax plan for that from here to here, and it's going to stay at those numbers until somebody does something else. Now, once it's reached its point, then anybody can really do anything at that point. But a lot of times, if you can't, the way it works is that you would have to challenge it, with majority votes and stuff like that, if you want to actually do something about it while Congress is Republican majority. So this is what I think people don't get is when you have majority like Republican, nothing's going to happen because what they're going to do is they're never going to vote to remove the thing that clearly is fooling you into thinking the Democrats are raising taxes when actually it's them. Because it's working. And then they can just raise your taxes. And that's more money for them. And then we just end more in debt because they don't actually use it for anything. They're just pocketing it. So you have the oligarchy doing that now, where Trump is just you know dumping money into random crap. And there's a thing where he's paying off millions to these people that were there on January 6th, and it's like, man, these people unalived cops. That's not okay. These are terrorists. That should all be what the FBI is doing right now. And it would make Trump look bad, so of course he's not going to do it. But it's like that has nothing. You should, if anything, if you want to separate yourself from that, you should investigate it. Like, if you know what I mean, like that's the point. And he's like, no, totally not. The pipe bomb, that's a big deal. But these people that marched and were chanting names and smearing fecal matter and breaking stuff and charged into charged into our government building and stopped tried to stop the counting. Like, I mean, just the sheer act of that, just witnessing people, the whole stop the steal ad where he's convincing everybody with ads that Biden stole it somehow. And it's like, this is how it always goes. Somebody wins, somebody loses. And when we didn't, again, if you really want to say it was stolen, do something about the Electoral College, because that's what Trump does to steal it. Hillary actually won 3 million more votes. And Trump stole it with the Electoral. It's the only thing in the world you vote for something and more votes doesn't win. Just because he could cleverly get more electoral votes by winning this state and this state and this state and this state, and just very, very carefully planning that. like redistricting in the middle of a decade randomly for no reason to help with that, to help ensure certain states. That's why he's doing that. Okay? It's very important to recognize when people talk about that, like, that is very strange to see that. You can't ignore that. All right. So, with that being said, we um we got some fun stuff to look at today. Yeah. We so as you know, every day I'm out on the road and I see examples of what this was what is failing this country. And educated like educated people, they get it. But there are so many people in this country that are uneducated, and even some of them that say that and call for that act this way too and do things like this. And so I just I want to remind you that this is why I'm doing this is like you have to recognize there's a real serious mental problem with adults, just everybody. If it's a regular thing to see people doing things that they can rationalize in their head, A, there's like this list of things that I shouldn't even have to list it, but there's this list of things that if you do this, it, it is like lives at risk. Like we're talking about like the worst, the things you would never normally do, but your fun of moving forward really fast and stuff like that overrides your logic. And so you have a mental problem where you can't do that. And this is all throughout the United States. This is really bad here, where every day I'm on the road, I see people doing things like this, and then I see the response out of a good number of police that see it happening, where some, it's almost like the ones that can do something, but it's very few. Like it's basically like where some I get it's almost like a bounce back response where some act the other way, like they're allowed to do that or something like that. And that's messed up. I shouldn't ever experience that. That's psychotic. That's that's somebody declaring war on your rights and then using a badge to do it. So, like, look, man, the point of you going to having that job and going to do that is to protect all of us and you in the first place. So if you're going there and you're acting like that, you're missing the point entirely, and you're putting your job at risk. So, like, the whole point is like, why would you ever freaking do that? Well, because the person has a mental problem. They're too immature to handle it. They literally just have a mental incapacity. They are not disciplined with their brain enough. It's you have to use it. And if you don't ever use it, if you go through your whole life, just everybody around you is a meathead, douchebag. Nobody has any sensitivity to anything. Oh, I've dealt with this before, trust me. And it's not like these people are stupid in every regard and deserve anything but to be treated still as people and stuff like that. I'm not saying they're pieces of junk or anything. I'm just saying there are some people that you'll think that of sometimes because, they really just don't understand how to use the brain in those moments where, you know what I mean? Like they just, yeah, everybody's different and they can't look at it like that, where, this is some sort of thing, this like the whole point is they don't realize the moment they do that, they're the same way. They're doing something emotional. It's just different. Does that make sense? And they can't rationalize that. The logical process is what I just did. The point is they're doing something emotional. It's just evil emotion. So, like the thing where you say everything's woke and stuff like that, like stuff like that, where you don't want to hear what somebody has to say. It's still an emotion. It's just the emotion of you don't want to deal with it and stuff like that. So, yeah, like I get it that like rationalize. Okay, so like what's going on that I want to deal with it or so like, and then like rationalize how often that person does or doesn't use their freaking brain for actual logical things. And there's a lot of people like this. There's a lot of people that just they act like it's okay to be goofy and stuff like that. But if you can't have like, you know what I mean? Like if there's something where you can't pull it back, like where everything you do, you're dumb. Well, how do I know that what you're telling me has any stock to it or I can put any merit to it whatsoever? People investing in you, and then you never take yourself seriously. You never do this. Not a single ounce of you understands what that means and how to be respectful for what somebody's worked for or earned, because you never actually worked for anything. You don't know what that means. Probably. A lot of times it's entitlement. They don't get it. Sure, I can see that. I mean, there are many reasons this happens, but it's definitely something that holds somebody back from being able to logically actually process that, kind of what's going on between that exchange there. And so again, the point is what is going on that every day adults use the internet and get all angry and pissed off at each other. And then they go out and, oh, right, that's right, because they're using the internet while they're driving. Every last freaking one of them, pretty much. And no hands-free laws ain't doing jack diddly squat about it because they're still doing it. Um, the point is that, I mean, the cops were, they're just you and me. We're all citizens here, okay? So when they're doing it too, they're affected by the same things that citizens are affected by, because again, a lot of this, truthfully, if you've been paying attention to what I've been trying to show all of you, a lot of times is psyops. um the media having, and again, it's not CNN. It's not these media outlets that are trying to control you and stuff like that. Stop it with that. Like that's absurd. No, like what does that even mean? No, like it's the pressure that foreign governments and any government that shouldn't be using more power than they have, that comes into our government, so the Trump administration, where they would hire people that would actually take more power for themselves than they should. So this is that influence over the media and the influence to control and spy on you. Again, the smart TVs, there's a reason those are so cheap. Everything's expensive, yet they're cheap. Yeah, they spy on you. They have ads, a microphone. You can play games on them. They can run endless data mining tests and steal your data. So, like, it's the best of everything. You wonder why they're so cheap? I don't. So, when you see that, you can put a few things together. Okay? Whatever country, like these things aren't being like hugely regulated and stuff like that, they might be doing it too. And so there's probably quite a bit. But I do know some countries that pretty heavily regulate them, and they're not the only TV you can find. That's the problem here. You cannot buy any other kind of TV any longer. It must be a smart TV. That's a problem. That is an example of socialism being used wrong. That isn't what the Democrats are doing. That's what the Republicans are doing. There you go. There's an example of incorrectly used socialism. And we've seen this before in other countries that do this. It's not like you can't embrace systems of government incorrectly. But the point is, if used correctly, and this is why you can be confused about governments and stuff too, and how they can be used incorrectly or correctly, because this propaganda is very easy, and it's like right on that line. You know, where it, all they have to do is get you to just see one little thing, and now you've crossed right back over to that that threshold of radical against the other side again, because the propaganda is designed that way. So it's there's a good chance, like, also, that if you're in a country that doesn't regulate it, if you're in vicinity to the United States, it's probably just the United States. Okay, so I'm just saying, if the United States has some sort of we'll call it a threshold with you, yeah, they can do stuff that you don't know about, as to quote Trump himself. So and remember, that is the quote coming back from China, that he said there's a lot of things that we do to you that you don't know about. So I just don't, come on. I don't I just don't think people understand how one person can just sit there and be disciplined, educated, and stuff like that, and just be minding their own business and solemn, and then just people act this way and don't separate themselves. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing is like, even if you acted like this when there was nobody around, open fields, clear road, nothing on the sides or anything like that, you know, and then if you saw something, you didn't snap out of it, slow down, and be a good person right after that. I'm not saying, okay, great, but what I am saying is that too many times people get stuck in these behaviors, and now they expect it. It's an expectation where it goes on too long. It goes on too long, and nobody checks it. That's kind of the point, is just to kind of help with those regular behaviors where cars themselves are getting better and stuff like that, and a lot of times when you're driving them truthfully, they don't feel like they're going as fast as older cars. They do not. It feels like you're going a lot slower in a newer car a lot of times, when you're riding in it. And, um, so, it's the sort of thing where you can ride in that thing, and people just really can't appreciate, what they're doing, and they just really can't think about it outside of this. They just kinda wanna push the pedal down and have some excuse to say a speed limit is woke, or you get what I'm saying? It No, I mean, truthfully, just like I said the other day, the purpose of these things, isn't to just like out in Montana where we don't really have there actually is some roads out, like, west where we don't have speed limits, because you can see for so far. There's literally nothing, so there you go. Like, a lot of times the whole point of this is because there's some sort of risk of you going that speed where, like, there's a turn, like, again, everything's close to the road, so there's wildlife, and some of the countries out west, that might be why they adapt the speed limit eventually, because now, as stuff builds up, the wildlife is just going to start closing in on some of those bigger open areas. So if that's the case, the whole point is that they still might have a speed limit, but it's probably, like, still really high up there, like closer to like 80, 90 range. And it's like, come on, you know. So anyway, um the point is you have to rationalize that when you're driving down these roads and you can't see around the bend, it's not a matter of, like, how quick you are. We're not talking about that. Yeah, you're not evil Knievel, Dale Earnhardt, you know. I mean, even they were human, okay? And the whole point is that if you think this way, eventually that's what's going to happen. And the whole point is that it doesn't matter how fast you are. It matters where the other person is, that you can't see them. So right at the very second that you go to turn and your car is coming barreling really fast and you got all that momentum and you're like, yeah, I'm going to whip around this thing. Right at the moment you decide to make that decision to do that, right then the car is going to come around. Are you going to be able to move? Yeah, but you're probably going to go off the road into some stuff, into somebody's place, into their car, into a person, or right straight into the car that's coming at you. Because it's the point. You didn't you just thought to yourself, since this is the way I could make it, that you just do that. No, you can't. Because again, what if it happens right as you're doing that? And again, you can't make it. There's no Just don't do it. You know what I mean? You wanna when you have plenty of room, when you can finally go around the thing or whatever you're doing, and then you wanna peel out a little bit and have a little bit of fun. All right. Who's gonna like, you have to be a real asshole to complain about that, especially if they only just speed up to, like, the speed limit or something. Like, who cares? Then do that. Okay? But you can't, like, you wanna drive fast? Okay, again, there's plenty of roads out west, and there's tracks, there's things you can do about that. There are things you can do about that, but again, you shouldn't just do it on the road. So, with that being said, we're gonna talk again about something, but I really cannot believe how regular adults can't I can't. I don't understand. I really do not understand it. All right. Where? Oh, there it is. So this there it is. I think that's the right one. Okay. Let me make sure. Why is that like that? Hold on. This is this paused or muted? Cause I don't want it. Yeah, it's muted. Okay. I was listening to music, so all right. So here we are, as you guys know. Typically I'm just driving down the road and this crap just happens. And remember, the point isn't to necessarily try to specifically ding anybody. The purpose is why so many people, why every day, why can I not go a single place and I'm just driving down the road minding my own business? Okay, what if I was an old lady? Okay, or something like that. It's not okay. It shouldn't matter who it is. So here we are. As you can see, this person is there. There's that person. And let's see. Does this person gets closer? Yeah, look at that. They start getting pretty close. This person starts getting pretty impatient. So we're driving. We're driving. I don't remember exactly when it happens, but at some point, now I will say at least he waited for a passing zone. I believe it may have been a passing zone. It looks like that, sort of. It may not have been. We'll have to take a look at the road. We'll be able to see. I think it may have been. I'm not even really complaining about that because you could see just fine. It's more about the guy that it seemed like he was trying to get away from, or maybe he was racing because there was a second guy. And so I'm just like, are they street racing? Like, what the fucking hell? So this was yesterday, and they were street racing, basically. So here we go, and as you can see, I guess I'm going kind of slow there. All right, that's fine. If I'm going slow, I'm going slow. That's reasonable. It wasn't him. It was, again, it was more the person. I don't care if they tailgate if I'm going slow. It's the swerving. And the person behind him, he was going like all over the place, and he had a BMW and he was tailgating the guy. And so again, it wasn't even really the truck wasn't really that bad. I was probably never going to talk about it. I wasn't really. It was just the all of a sudden when this guy passes me, the BMW goes vroom, and passes me too, and like almost crashes. Like the guy's like trying to control his car because his tires suck, and he shouldn't be doing that with those tires. Yeah, so you didn't have the right tires to be racing, and that's the point. If you think you're a race car driver and shit like that, you don't even understand the fact that those guys have special tires. And I promise you, it ain't the little cheap fucking piece of shit things that are 150, 200 bucks a pop, 300 bucks at your No, that's cheap. That's cheap for today's standards. That's cheap, man. Trust me, they're very expensive. And yeah, driving like that a little bit rips them up. So yeah, it's an expensive hobby. Okay? So I'm just amazed at the amount of people, considering our roads around here, that can get away with doing this. I'm truly amazed. Especially all of the out of date inspection stickers I see parked at Walmart. Every time I'm at Walmart, every single time I see out of date inspection stickers parked in their parking lot. Literally every time I'm there. All you'd have to do is start walking the lot. You'll probably see them. I mean, again, like I said, I saw them mostly in Ephrata, but it's definitely around here. So people are just getting away with this shit. Hold on, I'm gonna get there. Don't worry. You know it's gonna happen. Now, here's the funny thing. As you can see, I had my rear camera working. Okay, as you can see. However, um, you're gonna see the worst angle from the front. Okay, we're gonna get there. It's not gonna look as bad from this one. It's just gonna look like they're gonna pass me, because you can't see what they do after. But the front, oh boy, you're gonna be like, yeah. So, so here we go. What are you doing? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Where does he? Now, he wasn't, like I said, he wasn't that close. Oh, wait, this is way back there. This is way back there. My fault. He was behind me a while. So as you can see, for the most part, we're going the speed limit, That's about 45 there. So anyway, let's fast forward. What the heck? He's not behind me anymore. Oh, that's when it happened. Okay. Yeah, we're going downhill. Okay, yeah. Yep. Here we go. See? Signal and everything. Well, where's the other guy? Look at this. Look at this. What the fuck? Hold on. Signal. Yeah, it's a passing zone. He's fine. It's the other guy. Look at this. So, all right. Now watch this. Watch this. It's a BMW. It's a BMW. Hold on. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. Hold on. Sorry. I don't know where it is. It's here. I think that's it. I think it's this one. Oh my god, that's like... There we go. I think it's this one. We're gonna have to... Oh, that was... I think that was it. Wait, where am I here? Oh, no. No. We gotta go. I think it was here, right? I think it was here. Yeah, it's gonna be after this because it's it's dark, so it's hard for me to see. I think this is when it happens. So it goes down to 35 here, so I'm slowing down. He should be passing. What the heck? Where? Oh, they are. Okay, it was right before that. There's the truck. So that's not that bad. Now here comes the Beamer. Ready? Do you see this? Do you do you see this? Hold on. Like he almost lost control. Oh boy. There's fireworks on the one, but I don't have that one to show you right now. You know, okay, so along this same stretch of road, along this same stretch of road, yeah, they were doing fireworks behind the Wawa that's up there. Wawa's amazing, by the way. I don't know who was doing it. I just know it was behind the Wawa, like behind like the Turkey Hill and the Wawa. Um, on the same stretch of road, I gotta get the I don't have it on here. If you guys want to see it, I can. It's more just out of concern for the person, but like that there was definitely like some probably intoxicated person driving in front of me a couple days ago. And the reason I say that is because I thought they were a texter, because they went over the right line a little bit, but then they kept like doing the whole veer but within their lane. They kept veering within their lane, and I'm like, "Oh, that's that's them. That's them trying to overcompensate. Like they clearly can't hold the car straight." Like, what is it about you that you can't just keep this like yeah, I mean, like I can understand here and there, but if it's just constant, and it was, and so it was like that was really weird. And then she pulled into the beer distributor. I just couldn't. It was so fun, and it was the one. It was the one that's down, you know, down in town there. um, Morgantown Beverage is where she pulled into. Is where she pulled into. It just like she wasn't driving fast. I think she was paying attention because, like I said, she was looking up when we stopped at a traffic light, and I could see her. She was looking up and paying attention, but she was clearly like, and then just pulled into the beer distributor in the middle of the day. like, I mean, I guess anybody, you can go to the beer distributor once in a while, right? Like, it's more just all of that. That's all. Just the concern for what I normally see driving around that area. America. America. So, you know, that was a little funny. Keep in mind I'm going 49 miles an hour in a 45 and they're passing me. Yeah, that's normally what we're talking about here, where I'm going a very reasonable speed where anybody behind me is should be like, feel like, yeah, good thing this guy, he's not driving riding that speed limit, being a pain in the ass. No, yeah, he's giving us a little bit of room. Yeah, that's reasonable. That's the point. You're gonna have a fluctuation. Everybody's speedometer's different. I'm not trying to be an ass. Okay? That's what that's called right there, actually. That's called driving a reasonable speed. Because everybody's is different. And yeah, it's off by 5 sometimes. I've noticed that where people think um I think it's some foreign companies do it on purpose. I do. It's not American. It's never the American made. I've as far as I can remember, I've never seen it happen with an American made vehicle at all. It is the foreign ones, and many of them do it. Um I think in good faith it could be because it's translated from kilometers to miles per hour. And because of the room for error already, because it's different, it might honestly just be honest. Maybe. Um but there's some manufacturers, I won't mention specific ones, but if you test them, pretty much every line and like there'll be a specific line of cars where every model from that maker, not the make entirely, but just every model, every one from this model is like over or under by 5 miles an hour. Every single one. Because if it's just an assembly line. It just went out like that. That's it. There's ways of testing these things too. Um, so yeah, various means. Obviously, you can contrast and compare to a lot of the tools that we have available today, and in addition to um, other things, various things, that you can use tools along the road and stuff like that. So it's the sort of thing where just kind of driving along. If you, as long as you're using your head, you can drive along and figure out, if that's kind of messed up or something. And um, I always know when it is, and I always know by how much it is, and I've always been able to adjust. I've always done this. Um, so it's the sort of thing where I think a lot of people don't, and then they also drive over the speed limit. So let's say they're like sort of like this, where it seems a little bit more reasonable. It's not that much, and so you get what I'm saying. Where if they think it's only 5 over, now that 5 over is now 10 because it's off, or if it's the other way around, they're all all woke or something, right? Is what people will say, and they want to drive a little bit slower. And while you wouldn't be angry at 5, like maybe like 2 or 3 or 5 under, something like that, that's reasonable. 10 under, that's just downright triggering and stuff like that, where like the person should be driving with 4 ways on. What are you doing? Um, so to them, they might be going 5 under, but you get what I'm saying, because it's off. So what you have to realize is this is when I don't do that anymore. Like, everybody goes through this like stage, I guess, when they're younger, right? When you want to drive fast and stuff like that. I can't remember the last time, like yeah, like it's not like I don't like cars and stuff like that, and it wouldn't be fun to drive fast on a track or something like that. But it's not like I want to do that, and have this mentality about it or something like that. So I think that it just has to be ingrained in people that it's there's other people there, man. You're not on a racetrack. um and it's age. So the question is, how can we get education back to a point where people understand this stuff? People aren't underdeveloped and stuff like that, and they're just sort of they're understanding it. What can we do to do that? Um, I'm gonna get a another drink really quick, and then we can talk about a few more things. Um, it would be nice if um it would be nice if I could find. So I wanna show you guys. It'd be really funny if I could find that video of that lady. I'm not trying to ding her, but just so you could see what I was talking about. I don't want to like I'm not trying to like show her car or anything like that. I don't want to, like that's it's not for that, obviously. Um, it's just more out of concern. She had a gray car. If that's enough. She had a gray car. Um, but it's more like she was driving slow enough and like being really careful. So like she's the type of person where like I just feel like she's more of a danger to herself. Like she's clearly paying attention and being like attentive to it, and she seems like a nice person. Like otherwise she would be doing that. Like those are the people that don't care. Like if you just drive like that and act like that, you don't care about other people. It's that basic. So like, like it's just that basic. So she was not doing that. Um and so that's and that's by the way, there's two different sides of that. You don't have to look at everybody, you know. Like if somebody just has a problem, they got a problem. But there are a lot of people that will go very far to make sure that problem is not a problem for anybody else. Okay. And, that's a good person. Just like, there's plenty of good people that are going through something. Okay. And, she's aware she's drinking and driving. She didn't suddenly forget, obviously. Okay. But, she's clearly going to drive really slow and pay attention. And yeah, one of these days she's probably going to go up a curb and hit something going slow and have an accident or something like that. And it'll hurt her, unfortunately, because she's the type of good person that if there's other people around and stuff like that, she's so focused on that, she cares enough, to it, you get what I'm saying? Um, so it's, it's not like she was drinking right there, you know. It's that sort of thing where it just seemed like she's probably like you know what I mean? Like if I was guessing, it was probably a day drinker. She probably drinks a lot. She probably ran out, that sort of thing, and she's not drinking there, but you get what I'm saying. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong, obviously. Obviously, it could be totally different. I could totally be misreading this. She could be a complete douche, or I have no idea. I don't think that. I prefer to have a positive, good faith in people unless they give me a reason not to. But I mean, on here, when you're a streamer, you're gonna run into, and I truthfully believe this, because your life is um everybody's business. I just think that nothing to you seems real, that you don't understand real anymore, that everybody around you is only around you for a reason, obviously, and to a degree, obviously. I'm not talking about your actual friends. I'm just saying, like, the social circle of it, and so there's just so much of that going on, of people, kind of mooching and pretending, and always, I mean, like, think about how many times somebody comes in and they're trying to be a mod or something like that. It's like, come on, like, grow up already. We already aren't we over that phase, or yeah. Um so obviously, if you're smart enough to realize what that scam is by now, then you're smart enough to realize it. But like, that was going around for a while, and so just think about, with that scam being what it was, think about how this can happen just in real life, where they're just, it's just bad actors, but everybody's a bad actor. And maybe they don't even realize that they're just sort of subconsciously, like, acting this way because they're stupid. They're not educated. They're not having direction or focus to anything. You get what I'm saying? There's, like, no idea there. So they just flock to people that are talented and have good ideas. You get what I'm saying? All right, so I'm gonna, like I said, get my drink, and we're gonna talk about a couple things, probably. Um, Probably a couple things. But I gotta go get my drink here. I gotta go get my drink. That is nuts, though. That is nuts. That freaking. See, he's already going with me going 40. It says 48 there. Um, Look how fast he's going. It's like significantly faster than the truck. So, like, I don't know, again, if he was following the guy or if they were racing, but if he's following him, that's a very serious road rage incident, where, like, he's just driving that fast and passing and stuff. It does, the way he did it, it does seem like he's trying to stay with the guy. Almost like they're together. Yeah, man. So it's probably that. They're probably friends. And the guy passed me. Like, what the heck? If I'm already going 48 miles an hour in a 45, why are you passing me? When it's about to slow down to 35. You guys know, like, that's the point. They're passing me, they're going this fast, and it's about to slow down to 35. So they just floored it right before going through town because they knew that people slow down to 35 because they didn't want to go 35 through town. They wanted to sit here and whip through town. Yeah. See? Right there it said 35. And you can see I slowed down. It's not that hard. Yeah, who cares? Okay? Like, I'm not trying to be a woke SOB here or ruin anybody's fun. I told you guys know I like cars and all that. I just this is stuff like this. You don't do stuff like this. Look at this, how close, like, again, just whipping through town so fast. They're gone, man. They are gone. What is up with that? Why would you do that? That, like, no, there's all these roads, right? There's an intersection right there. Somebody could have been turning out that intersection, and he's coming down there at 70 miles an hour, coming barrel around that corner. There's a fire station right there. That's not okay either. You know, they're in and out of there too. You can't be doing that. So, definitely really messed up. So anyway, yeah, let me grab my drink. Sorry. Just can't I can't believe that sometimes. I really can't. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. America. Terrorists, your game is through. America. Fuck you. So, what is happening? What is going on with the Republicans? Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham. What is actually happening? Well, believe it or not, um, they're scammed. And a lot of these folks, they don't understand how stuff works, the internet. Yeah, they're just stupid. And just as you see all of what the person is doing with my data and everything here and all this stuff. Again, imagine, what that just this amateur is doing to me. Imagine what they can do, foreign government, many people, including the FBI too, under a incompetent, evil regime. The FBI is going to, just like J. Edgar Hoover did, under rich people, the FBI can be manipulated. Okay. They're just going to get rid of the good people, the competent people, and they're going to resign or be fired. Okay. This is always going to happen. This has happened before. We've seen it. But the difference is we have technology now that we didn't have before, and our enemies do too. And so a lot of this is about the rich generation and everybody in charge or around the world actually just trying to prevent everybody from finding out about what they found out. There's something big. They're developing all kinds of technology around it, creating aliens as a distraction. And it's that big. So that's what's going on. Where the Republicans would normally be at the forefront of this, because that's the point. They scratch the backs of the rich people to be able to have that stuff. So they're getting scammed now. They're taking their money, and then they're just telling them that, it's not, there's nothing. We don't have anything, basically. And it's just like endless scams and stuff like that, and then now they're not even benefiting. And so that's where you see some of them starting to change their opinions on certain things a little bit here and there, or they get threatened when they do, and then they change it back. Okay? So, you have to you have to realize that we may be dealing with their ability to meddle in things just because they invested very heavily in AI technology that you don't understand. Where I've already explained to you, if you remember a while back, that they had to shut even Gemini off, where even Gemini had to be shut off. It was figuring stuff out, and going down routes it should not have had been going down, giving answers to things that, well, it should not have been doing. For the most part, where regular people shouldn't be able to know certain things, obviously. So think about how much of that like just leaked before getting any type of restrictions on it, and then in addition to that, so now like think about how many regular people know how to make like pipe bombs and stuff like that. That's what you should gather from that pipe bomb thing. Okay. And then now, in addition to that, what's going on with this thing where Elon Musk went through, built an AI supercomputer better than anybody else's, except it's on lockdown and nobody has access to it except for him. And he goes, like, again, this guy has no business having anything to do with the Department of Justice whatsoever. Yeah, like again, nothing. He's just a guy that like was an engineer, I guess, and knows some stuff about code, and played some video games once upon a time. Again, remember this guy? He co-created PayPal, right? And then That's like, again, he just like sort of kind of bought some companies. He bought Tesla. Yeah, he didn't make Tesla. He bought Tesla. SpaceX, that was actually his. I've said you gotta give him credit for that at least. But again, he bought Tesla. He bought Twitter. So like again, just rationalize how many things he bought and then he did stupid stuff with it and it was just like dumb. Um there's a lot of problems with Teslas. Shitload. There's always have been. They're just really good because the point is he had enough money, because of who he is, to actually fork it over to get the technology to the point that they could actually compete with our combustion engine vehicles that we always had. And we just had never seen that yet because he happened to be the investor at the forefront of it. That's all. So just took advantage of these things, just like his forefront in the rocket technology, conveniently as we're heading into the future. So just as Donald Trump is signing an executive order for the quantum computing thing and stuff like that, these guys are again trying to take over your ability to play video games or do anything recreational ever. They want to spy on it. They want to sell it to you over and over and over, and they want to own all of your stuff. That's why it's all happening. That's why all of this is happening. You know, the gaming shit, all of it. Where I've spit, just to get like the psyops and this and that. I've already stated to you that the UK thing that YouTube is trying, like where there's this thing that you're trying to say they're forcing, the UK is forcing on, no, YouTube, Google I should say Google is forcing that on you. That's Google not dealing with it properly. You're blaming the UK for a thing that is happening in the UK? Why? Because they're dealing with it and trying to stick up for themselves and what, you're not looking at stuff right. And everybody's looking at it like that. Google can do something about that. Again, in other countries there are separate servers. When you go to Russia, it says RU next to the YouTube thing and stuff like that, and everything's in Russian. You get Russian people and the search stuff, and you're not gonna get the same stuff as when you search over here, because why would you? You're gonna get mostly American stuff and Americans, yada yada. Right. Just like in Japan and China and Canada and, well, really anywhere. Now Canada, they're close, so they're gonna get more American stuff than other people would, and we get more of their stuff than other people would. Okay? So just like China and Russia, they're gonna get more of their own stuff, and again, this is what they try to do. They are forcing this on you because they don't want to separate UK and have them on some like separate European thing where it's more about them just actually kind of keep things correct for the rest of Europe and sort of poisoning Europe for a, successful regulated future on the internet. But people just want to be like, oh, well, they're forcing their stuff. Okay, look, I know it seems woke to you, okay? And that's fine. I understand that. You can have your opinion. So then remind yourself that you don't live in the UK. So then as you remind yourself of that, you go, yeah, oh yeah, anyway. Why is Google forcing this on us? This has nothing to do with UK forcing this on us. It's Google. Why do you it's almost like everybody's like afraid to sit here and have the balls to be like, it's Google. They literally control everything. This is Google is the single reason all these things can happen and why everybody is controlled. Because you're all integrated through Google. I've already explained that they're doing this. This is how they're attacking my channel and stuff, too. They they want to verify your identity because that's the only way that they want to make sure fraud can't happen. Yeah, no, they're doing this so that I give my ID to the scammer. You remember the impersonation scammer behind the scenes just made it so that remember they were stealing my email address and breaching it. They were sitting here randomly signing up for just shitloads of stuff, like botting it basically, just signing up for shitloads of things. That was me showing you what they were doing. And so by them doing this was causing the systems to, again, think this person is me and more validly not flag anything when it's just them tricking it endlessly to agree with him. So all while this person is doing this, stealing my content, re-uploading it. YouTube's never ever taking it down, claiming this, I have been me this whole time. All you got to do is look at my fucking channel and see that it was created in 2011. And this asshole is literally just stealing my stuff. And again, I've already stated he is not a fan. I don't run that channel. He is taking my stuff, and YouTube is literally not removing him. He's the same person that had my street address typed into the title of a video for 7 fucking months. Okay? So, with this all being said, and you reminding yourself what this scammer does, just like you see the laugh emoji spammed the very second that I'm starting to continue to talk about this scammer, just as this scammer is always in here getting attention and getting this reaction, doing this, causing this reaction. From 7 to 6 likes. There it is. There's the social engineering, okay? So what were they doing with the email address, okay? So what they did was they caused Patreon to actually think this person is an authorized fan channel and, it's just me. They actually did that because Patreon sent me an email stating that they were going to not do business with me anymore unless I combined my fan accounts with my regular account. I don't have any. I can't possibly do that. Yep. I physically, even if I wanted to, physically couldn't do it. Because again, it's a scammer and it's not my account. He is stealing my content, re-uploading it, halting my view progress. Again, I will see countless shorts stop at a few hundred views, never gain any more. And then months later, he re-uploads the same short on his channel with, 50 some subscribers or whatever the fuck he's gotten in this past several months that channel has existed. And, he somehow is getting thousands of views. No, because he halted the trending and siphoned all of that into his channel and re-uploaded that content, stealing the trending. So again, this scammer is a socially engineered scammer that is just doing this for the fun of it, and the Russians and several other governments are following this person around and doing various other things too. This person is a very serious stalker. They are a data mining stalker that steals people's identities and tricks children. So that is what's going on here. And I want to warn you that this disgusting piece of trash, has already come in my chat conveniently around a certain person's trial, has impersonated that person that went to trial for the sake of stealing their credentials, their identity, whatever. They want this to happen so they can continue stealing things from people. Yep. This person talks about women sexually in my chat, mentions plenty of women in your personal life and stuff like that, stalks them, takes their pictures, things like that. Who knows how many ghost accounts this person has where this person is doing various things, data mining, flagging systems, impersonating people, and lying. And so again, it's important to remember that, you know, when this disgusting piece of trash is doing all of this, and Patreon, they're so dumb that, you know, they're going to actually send me an email giving me every legal reason to sue them and Google. Yeah, you got to do that. You got to go that route because, again, when you know that's not your fan account, it's got nothing to do with you. And in fact, the person doing that did that on a different channel before. You've been reporting this person to garbage piece of trash YouTube since, well, years ago, this person started doing it. And they did nothing. And this person just is hiding and continuing to do it. When that person is the one person that's sitting here spam signing your email up for things, getting it flagged, and then causing this behind the scenes, and then Patreon actually has the audacity to email you and say, you've got to combine your fan accounts. Well, I have plenty of legal reason to sue you. I do. Because, again, you are now causing another defamation problem. You're adding to this where I now have evidence that you did things behind the scenes to, you know, disable the account and stuff like that just because, you know, and then sent me the email and evidence of it just because this scammer convinced you. Yeah, because he was sitting here sending me super chats and shit like that. Uh, where is that going? Where do you think that goes? What are you fucking stupid? I don't have that. That goes to him. He's money laundering. I don't have the ability to get money from YouTube. I never have. Every time I have the ability to get money from YouTube, this asshole scams it away. Gee, I wonder what he's always been trying to do. So again, I will have a massive lawsuit against Google, YouTube, and probably Patreon now too. LinkedIn, Microsoft. We're adding to the list, guys. We're adding. But I promise you, we will. And it's going to be again because every single time I have been able to make money off of this platform, they break it, scam it, and actually give it to a blatant impersonation scammer. Right here, plain as day. They just give it right to him. Okay. You're just going to get sued then. Because again, the more you sit here and give that person my personal information, again, I can sit here and endlessly report the content that he's stealing, but you're going to then give him that report with my address, my name, my email, and just everything that he needs that he doesn't already have. So you're going to do that too. You're going to give that to the scammer. Because that's what you do, YouTube, because you're trash. You don't actually fix anything or remove scammers in the day and age where competent FBI for the Trump administration comes in, where the FBI normally was watching over this because that's who's supposed to watch over it in your country, the feds, because it's everywhere. Okay? Yeah, so the FBI normally does this. So who do you think is sitting here fucking around with the platform, stealing everybody's money? Who do you think's actually doing it? Do you remember the cash thing I mentioned? Do you remember how he did that on social media? Do you remember that? It's Cash Patel. It's him. He is actually doing a lot of the incompetent bullshit that's on this platform where it's not directly him because he's a fucking retard and he's too busy drinking beer and getting locked out of his computer, because he can't figure out a damn password. Again, if he forgets his password, oh boy. Yeah, Cash Patel, that guy, he can't even get back in when he forgets his password. But this scammer, everything he does is literally on that. It's literally on the scam where people forget their password. Oh, there's an entire system in play that everybody can take advantage of that shouldn't be there, that exists specifically to get people scammed, and it's to trick you into thinking it's more secure, but really, it's a way for you to give them everything they need. And then now they want to try to claim they have to verify your identity. So that's what YouTube just did. They took away, they did it to me, but they did it across the board. So they're trying to say that it's universal. They take away your AdSense and your advertising until you verify your identity. You verify my identity? How about the state cop that came to my house that responded to the call about the asshole that's been stalking me on your platform? How about he can confirm my identity? He knows who I am. How about that? How about any of these cops that have seen this shit what I'm talking about, where they respond and they clearly are there, some of them. You see some of them following me and stuff like that. We've even talked about that. You see me drive past cops with their lights on the side of the road. None of them do anything. You see me yell at a cop across the street while I'm eating my food. I swear to God, if I yelled at a cop while he's watching me and his answer to that is to pull away and leave, that cop isn't bothered by me and isn't bothered by anything I'm doing. He's probably there because he's concerned and he's watching. Yeah, you know, like they all know who I am. Everybody knows who I am. It's YouTube that's acting like they don't know. They're full of shit. They're full of shit. They just want to sell your state ID. They want people to they want to have it. They want to store it and they want to sell it. It is real they pay a lot of money for that. And for mine, oh yeah. Oh yeah. My name is very, very general. Scammers can hide with it. Certain cops pointed this out before. It's not the other way around, man. If you have a unique name, that's actually a good thing. Yeah, the more general your name, it's actually worse for you. Yeah, it's the other way around. It's not how it works. See, you think that it's a one. That's why I want to know why I want to know why you think that. I would love to know why you think that. Yeah, I really would because that's actually concerning that you think that. It is very, very concerning. It is definitely how I would think how it used to be before internet and data mining and stuff because it's like snail mail type stuff. But now email is instant. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about instant. You get the difference. So in a world where everything's instant and connected, the phone book shouldn't be available. In the world where, the guy walking up to a phone booth has to walk many, many miles before, getting to what he needs, and it's not at his fingertips, yeah, you're fine. Yep, that's fine because it takes longer. This is why checks and balances, things taking a long time. This is why. It's called it's called investigating. It's called the way things work. So the real question I have is, why are they trying to get my ID? Why are they trying to get so many people's IDs? Because they want to continue manipulating police. They want to take your ID and put it somewhere it shouldn't be. That's what they want to do with it. It's not there now. It's where it should be now. Like it's not bouncing around everywhere for now until you do that. Then it's going to do that. Now for some people oh man, it's probably really, oh, you are getting F'd in the A and that's why they want to do this. So, if you want to make money, we got to store your state ID on our database and show it to everybody. And you have to let us sell your state ID to anybody that wants to see it. So, that thing that cops can't do where they're not allowed to just walk up and ID you? That thing? You know how I said this is a department policy thing? It doesn't make any sense. It's not really, it violates your rights. Remember how I said that? And how cops are getting sued for this? This is Like, you should stick up for this, you would feel the same way. Yeah, because 'cause you're next. Like, the point is, anybody that's not a loyalist, you're next, that's all. So, like, the point is they'll start with families, they'll break up families, everybody's a criminal. Then after that, then it's gonna be lonely cops, and they're just gonna be like, I'm starting to notice something." "Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Keep it to yourself." Yeah, anybody that says that, they're part of the conspiracy. Anybody that says that. Keep it to yourself? Okay. So you like the mafia. You agree with the mob. That's not okay. Look, the concept of this doesn't seem bad in some, like when you talk about, you have to think about it like this. Like, I love Tulsa King. The concept of Tulsa King actually is really cool. Is a perfect role for Stallone, and I like the show. But you have to realize that the reality of this is it's a TV show, you know? Um, yeah, there's not a good guy that comes into town and buys everything out and makes everything better because he's the likable bad guy. It doesn't happen that way. Be nice. But again, if he's a bad guy, he's the bad guy. Why would he do it that way? Why wouldn't he work with the police or with the, you know what I mean? So the times and shows where they do this, now I gotta get caught up, right? He got kidnapped and I gotta get caught up. The shows that do this, I thought the Blacklist was really good. I really liked the Blacklist. Um, where that's the correct way to do it because thinking that Raymond Reddington is going to be a good guy, I just is that what you thought? Because he's not. Like, no, I actually agree with how they did that. Like, he's not a good. Like, I was never what? He's Raymond Reddington. Um, but like the whole point of what he does is that you believe this character. He has to be likable to sell his act. It's part of the shtick. That's why it worked. It's like a double thing. It's layered. Um, there's lots of examples of this in TV now. Breaking Bad did this too with Walter White, just in a different way, where he's likable, where you like, he's relatable. Um, what you have to realize about stuff like this is, you know, the social engineering of it. This person's really flipping out on these emojis. Don't pay any attention to that. This is why we turn them off. And then as soon as we turn them off, don't you guys see the likes going all over the place, the concurrence going all over the place, the view. Remember that? Just remember that. Like, YouTube actually takes part with this stuff. They join in with it. Just recognize that. Like, they'll break shit. They'll literally just break your shit just to get you to react a certain way. They will. They will. It's so terrible. Um, your stuff's broken because you gave him your state ID. You know, all the stuff that's been happening to me, it's gonna finally start happening to all of you. So anyway, you know, the um the whole thing where there's this other, there's this other channel that that somebody can endlessly post your content, violate copyright law, and like, what's the point of YouTube's licenses if YouTube participates? Their license is null and void. Trump talks about attacking somebody's license or something like that. He should attack their license when they're blatantly the ones sitting here allowing this to all be done under his corrupt regime, where they have copyright licenses and stuff like that. And they're just blatantly allowing this fucker. He's a scammer. He's not me. And reposting a lot of the shorts that I got shitloads of views for, put some time into and stuff like that, and uploaded it. And this person halts my view count, and then gets all that view count and that progress because they halted it and re-uploaded it with that same name and that same this and this and the hashtags and the this and this, just whatever was trending from that you know those data webs. Basically, it's stealing that the moment he does that. And so just the fact that endlessly YouTube has this way to siphon every little thing that you do to somebody else, and it's happening right in front of you every day to me, is blatantly disgusting. This is the type of stuff where anybody would shoot up a town or something like that, where it's like it's the sort of thing where it's that triggering to a person, where it's right along with the amendment where why cops are not allowed to just stop somebody and ID them. It's just like you're trying to just be about yourself, and you are required to give some disgusting person that would have never normally seen you this filth, just like where criminals hang out in public places to fuck with people, just like that, would never normally see you, but because you're streaming this filth, can otherwise interact with you. And so, that's what we're talking about, where because I'm in the United States, this shouldn't even be happening. It should not be happening at all. But this is how disgusting our government is. Where in the United States, you have to worry about 3 black people making up a bunch of stories about somebody in your family, and the cops just believing it, going along with it, manipulating people to all dislike each other and hate each other and stuff, and having these bad actors hired to play their parts. And they just slowly meddle in the lives of the other 3 people that don't know the country very well, and other people treat them a certain way and stuff because they're not from here. And they got all kinds of legal issues You know, one of them was driving without a license. They all have drug problems. Every last one of them has drug problems. Literally, that's why they got kicked out of here in the first place. Started taking notice to the fact that they were doing drugs out in the front lawn. So I literally was like, and my point was just that the dad needs to deal with it. It's not me. It's not my place. So he needs to deal with it. And he never dealt with anything right. And I should have remembered that. But, you know, he just kicks him out. Doesn't deal with it right. And so, you know, they're spying on that. They know that. They went and told everybody, probably a bajillion people, about this scenario. So yeah, that's what happened. It's literally that. He just told everybody about this scenario. So, you know. And instead of looking at it for how it is, where they're a bunch of drug addicts that would have caused problems for other people, they just meddled in the business and made it look this way or that way. Where there was this one little thing that somebody said like way back, and you know, that's the sort of thing that we're gonna really focus on this. We're gonna, you know, it's propaganda, man. It's like that's how propaganda works. It's just like the fucking email thing with Hillary, where she didn't even do anything. She was even interrogated for this. She literally didn't do anything. She was interrogated for this, admitted to the stuff that she was ordered to do, by the way, which everybody was like complaining about. It's just propaganda where they're using like this little piece of information. You don't want a woman president. You never did. You're not ready for it because you're a bunch of sissy wannabe men, or you're a bunch of sissies and you're afraid of women. And so it's literally this, and that's what the men in other countries do, where they have oppressed women since forever. We're getting over this. We're getting over oppressing black people and just other races in general. And they like that because they look different, but they don't like it when we don't oppress women, because they all do that. All of them. Even especially Israel. Especially Israel. Especially Israel. They treat women like shit. Don't believe the propaganda. Don't believe it. Look, it's as simple as this. When you go to the country, do they look normal, or are they all wearing like fucking hoods and covering themselves? Women wear what they want to wear because they feel safe. They feel secure. The men in their lives and whoever is around them make them feel secure enough that they feel comfortable doing that. That's a good thing. Celebrate it. Don't drag it through the mud and advertise it. If they want you to, sure. But, you know, don't drag it through the mud and advertise it any other way. You know, the whole point is that if they want to put it out there, well, they know they're putting it out there. They know. But it's the sort of thing where don't then go the extra mile and make it an sex thing, man. Why? Well, because you do that? Because you're looking at it that way? Yeah. Why doesn't she just look good? Like a piece of art, like a beautiful flower or something. And then that has certain connotations too, because everybody does this. Why isn't it just a flower? You see what I'm saying? You can't even say it. It's in the back of your mind, isn't it? It's a problem, man. It is. Every day, I fight to erase that. Every day. And it's systemic in our society. This isn't America. This is oppression of women. It's because men have oppressed women. And it's not America actually that has this problem. It's other countries hold over us. Just like you see how Trump becomes president. That's other countries hold over us. We didn't do that. None of us wanted this. Majority of people don't vote for him. We saw that in Hillary's election. I talk about this. Russia meddled in that. um, they're basically telling a lot of times, like, nobody's allowed to look at your hair and nobody's allowed to look at what the fuck? Why? So look, I don't agree that it should be everywhere all the time and rubbed in people's faces. That's a problem. Obviously. But should you prevent people from, being free to do what they want to what they want to do with it? No. Nope. So you have to realize that there's going to be an endless thing where because you're gonna still want that freedom, you want people to feel free. There is just going to be an endless thing where people are going to feel differently about that, and that's okay. That's okay. The main thing that you want to remember is, do people have, and look, I know I've talked about this before, but modern Christianity has gotten people psychopathic. Okay? You need to get rid of this. If it's helping you, if it's not helping you with checks and balances, get rid of it. Okay? Where, like, the things about Christianity that I choose to look at that have helped me with checks and balances and stuff like that, that's what makes sense about life. That's why I choose to use them. But the rest of it, I mean, quite frankly, is a bunch of made up bullshit. It's Santa Claus for adults. When are you going to recognize that? The sooner you get recognized that, the sooner you recognize everything else that's going on. You'll start looking at things a little bit differently. And it's just very concerning to me that there are, like, almost government systems in play during one administration or another that would put pressure on people that either are or aren't Christian to be more or less Christian. That's not right. Do you know what's extremely annoying in school? When I was one of the people that wanted to learn about evolution, and the morons wanted to get up and be like, my mom told me that I didn't have to learn this. So I'm going out in the hall. I have a note. That was incredibly disruptive. And I even remember thinking it gave me some doubt. Like, I wanted to believe what they were doing, like, because it was like almost like a power play to do it right then and there in middle of class. And it was just really weird how they did it. And they were being very woke about it. And so, like, the point is, this problem exists. It's not something that suddenly happened. You just didn't recognize it. It's always been there. Just the more people that are more connected, the more riled up it gets, and the more other bad actors recognize this for social engineering. They use these things. I'm the guy that tells them everything. I tell you guys all these social engineering patterns, and then they just use it. You guys don't all see it. None of you will see it. And then they just sit here and learn endlessly from me. And it's like, oh, that's a good fucking idea. Okay, okay. But the point is that like the person has the problem when they treat somebody differently or something like that if somebody's in public just because they want to wear this or that or act do this or that. Listen, now you got a problem. No, I mean unless they're all for that, obviously, no harm, no foul. I'm just saying, you got a problem when you walk right over to somebody and like you don't even know this person. What is it about them that you get what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying? Um, it's that. It's this inability to teach the next generation about destiny, essentially, what it actually means. Because you can look at it for what it actually is. Destiny is destiny is what not seeking out, essentially, like seeking out in a scientific way, but not seeking out in an evil way, in um, a devious manner. In a devious manner. Um, in a conspiring way. Remember when I was like conspiracy theories are necessarily negative? There can be a conspiracy theory about a whole bunch of dragons that are secretly here to save all of the human race. They're just going to rise up and take Trump out one day. Wouldn't that be cool? That's not a bad conspiracy theory. That's a good one. See, I can just make shit up off the top of my head, and it's not a bad one. See, that's why I said, like, the word conspiracy. Like, I get there's derivative of that initially, but anymore with culture, you just say whatever the hell you want, and like that's the point. Like, that's the beauty of culture and creating. So that is a good thing. That's destiny. That's destiny. Creating, going down a path because the idea is, you were gonna do this or that, or you like doing this or that. Yeah, what's wrong with that? But not destiny is choosing to, like, again, I just think that people get love wrong and they're toxic, and I know this. There's songs about this, and people talk like, but I just think it's not correct. Okay, where this guy always does this thing because he sees this pretty girl and he needs to walk past her or something like that, just because he saw her one. It's like, oh, guy, I think you're a stalker. Guy, I think you're a stalker a little bit. What? Guy, I think you're a stalker a little bit. So don't do that. Like, you have to understand, a lot of times with songs like that, don't force it. In that guy's life, way back before social media and even cell phones happened and stuff like that, dating was different. and it was called Going Steady. Okay? And if you want to take a step back and remind yourself of what dating used to be, men would actually date several women at the same time. They would only go steady with one. And women would actually compete for this. This is where the makeup and the primping and the pretty and the separating from the okay? Do you get what I'm saying? And so just to go so polar opposite, where women didn't really change, they just evolved, and men just one day had no fucking clue what was going on. And they've always been emotional, they just never knew it. Okay? Okay? So you have to understand that that's what we came from, and now women just hide it. No, they're interested. It's just that if you tell, like, the average guy, if you tell them, they cannot handle this. They can't handle it. They will, the thing I just said. You know, like, they are just obsessive, and it's actually just them having a problem. They aren't ready to date. They just have problems. And they should never even think about that sort of thing. You know, it's the sort of thing where they need actual, like, friends that are better friends. You know, that aren't just talking about women all the time or something like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, if they're like that, they probably go hang out with their friends, and their friends are something saying stuff like, you know, like, I don't know, what did fucking, you know, like, they're probably finding something to, but the point is, they're probably gonna find something stereotypical to pick on the woman for because she's a woman. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, I was gonna find, I couldn't even think of something, you know, like, it's just absurd. It really is absurd to me. Just don't understand it. I just don't. Men can't look at a female like a person. They look at them like a female first. That's the issue. The issue is that. Just like men will see color first, but then they'll call it gay. Like, they're the ones seeing the pink, calling it gay. It's a yes, the way the light reflects off of my hair. It's gay, guys. It's homosexual. The way the light reflects and refracts off of my hair, the way your eyes perceive it. It's homosexual, guys. I guess you have homosexual eyes then, because the way you see the color on my hair is the way your eyes are perceiving it. So I guess it's your eyes that are homosexual, because I don't think it looks all that homosexual. I think it just looks cool. Yeah. Who the hell cares, man? It just means you like colors. Probably means you like science, too. You know, people that like colors are typically people that like science. They like space and stuff like that, because there's colorful nebulas in space and all kinds of shit. That's why they write songs that have to deal with, you know, space wars and stuff like that. And you know, a lot of times it's just that. It's just a place you go. Speaking of which, Spaceballs 2. Listen. There's a name for this. Hey, I thought it was going to be called the thing. They said in the first movie it's going to be called Spaceballs 2. The search for the sequel, or the what was it? The search. It was funny. I forget the joke, but it was funny, and they didn't call it that. I'm like, talk about the longest running gag of all time that you literally just totally dipped out on. What the hell? I hope the movie's good. I hope it's good. The cast is coming back. Rick Moranis is coming back. I'm just the fact that you didn't do that. I I, I just it's a little strange. Now again, they've expressed that the team they're working with is very Mel Brooks, very much in love with Mel Brooks and his writing and all that, but I just the fact that it wasn't called like the joke, it's just a little bit of a did is this the writing that we're going to continue throughout, or are we going to I hope we're going to get I hope oh boy, I hope that it's on par with the first, cuz um well, we unfortunately we can't get John Candy back, unfortunately. Um so there'll be a little bit of magic that won't unfortunately won't be there without him, um but that's okay. I mean, Rick Moranis, it's nice. It's really nice that he's coming back, and everybody else that's coming back. Um I need to remember this guy's name because I love him to death. I loved him in Independence Day. That was my favorite role he did. He was the president and Bill Pullman. It's such a regular name. I love the dude in Independence Day, Bill Pullman. Yeah, the Star Lord, Star wasn't he Star Lord? Wasn't he Star Lord? Wasn't that his name? Or am I confusing this because I want it to be Marvel? Lone Star. I wanted it to be Marvel Lone Star. I'm sorry. Lone Star. It's been a while since I used to watch it like all the time. Um and obviously Mel Brooks was Yogurt. And well, the Emperor's role. Who was he? He wasn't really the Emperor, he was somebody else. They had like different roles. That's what I liked. They actually did it different. It wasn't just the same. Like there wasn't really a Luke Skywalker. Han Solo and Luke Skywalker were one person. That was Lone Star. So I kind of like that, and that was Bill Pullman's character. Um, and the Flying Winnebago was their their Millennium Falcon. That was great. There's this flying RV. uh, yeah, I was trying to remember the name of it, but anyway, I loved Rick Moranis, and I loved that they're coming back to do that. I loved hearing about that, so that's good. I just hope it'll be good, because you missed out on a hilarious title where the fans could have been like, yeah, they went well, they went with there it is. They honored the movie line, but that's okay. That's okay. It doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. Could just be a a fluke where they just decide not to do it for some reason. Um, yeah, Spaceballs was great. I I would highly recommend, if you've never seen it, I highly recommend it. because the second one is coming out finally, and this movie is it's old. It's old. Didn't it come out around the same time the first Star Wars did? I think it did. I think like it's not even that much older than the first Star Wars movie. Yeah, 87. 87. That's a long time. Didn't the first one come out in 79? 77. Okay. So I mean it's a good 10 years, but that's it's a lot closer now, obviously. No, like that's man. 87. Jeez. That was I mean that wasn't that long. The second Back to the Future was coming out around then, right? So, you know, that was prime 80s. We had Ghostbusters around then, right? We had Ghostbusters. Beverly Hills Cop was was right around the corner. Wasn't out yet, right? That was 91, I think, right? It was right around the corner, I think. Oh my fucking god, I'm an idiot. It was 80s. I knew it. 84. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Oh my god. Well, I didn't even realize that. 87 was the second one. I was thinking of the second one. I was thinking of the second one. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, just don't fall for any banana and any tailpipes, all right? And you'll be good. Yeah, I liked obviously I liked Spaceballs. Spaceballs great. You guys got to watch Spaceballs if you've never seen it. It's so funny. Even if you don't like Star Wars, you don't know what Star Wars is, you don't watch Star Wars. If you like comedies, it doesn't matter. Like it's just a funny movie. You don't need to like Star Wars. It's just a funny movie. Is it it might even been safe for might even be safe for kids. I don't think there's anything in it. I don't think there's any swearing even. I don't think there's a single scene that no. There's one scene where like they're about to, like the campfire and her alarm goes off. Remember that? And so they don't do it. I thought that was great. There's your there's your cringe moment canceled, guys. There you go. You hate those moments, right? So that was the point. That was why that was funny. Um no, yeah, I think it's pretty clean for the most part. Wasn't that like PG even? Might even be PG. What was the rating? It doesn't say. Just immediately, it doesn't say. Why doesn't it say? Oh, right there it is. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. It's really small. It is PG. Scroob, President Scroob. That was his name. That was who Mel Brooks. That was that instead of the Emperor, President Scroob. And then yeah, Rick Moranis is Vader's character, but Dark Helmet was his name. He was so great. Rick Moranis was the other Ghostbuster, guys. He was the guy. He was the brilliant actor in Honey I Shrunk the Kids, and he was the other Ghostbuster. He was like the nerd among nerds. Like every one of those dudes was supposed to be a nerd, and he was like the nerdy one. That was what he was so great. It was perfect. He was so good at it. You guys want to talk about movies a little bit? I'm not gonna talk too much longer, but you know, you gotta have a list of favorite people, favorite actors, and stuff like that. Um, which I do, and just like my favorite musicians and artists and stuff aren't necessarily the ones that wrote my favorite songs. That's not necessarily going to be the case with my movies either. Okay. Um. So, again, this is why sometimes those things change. Christian Bale is one of my favorite actors. He's not my top. Um, but that's nothing against Christian Bale or anything like that. It's just, um, he's not like the number one. That's all. Um, and but as you know, my favorite movie of all time stars him in it, and I mean, like, phenomenal actor still. So it's not like he doesn't deserve that. Um, and then my favorite actor, one of my favorite actors, my top three is in my second favorite movie ever. So you know that just ended up happening because he's so good. Um, but this is actually pretty rare. Like, if I have a list of favorite movies, you know what I mean? Like, some of them, like Marvel Avengers Endgame is actually pretty up there just because of how freaking good it was. Just storytelling and bringing such a large story like that together. It was incredible that what they did with that. Um, but it doesn't mean that, like, really even any of those people are my top actors. Like, really, honestly, I don't. Robert Downey Jr., he's up there. Not really. I was trying to think, like, not a huge number of them are. But again, it's not like they're all phenomenal. They really are. I mean, you've really talented actors today. I just they've all worked with each other and stuff like that a lot of times, and but it's there's definitely reasons you're gonna have your favorite, and that's okay. Um, so that's what I'm saying is there's plenty of really good movies with phenomenal actors, and while I'm gonna have some favorites, it doesn't mean that I dislike other actors or dislike movies that um they're in or anything like that. I know other people do that. I don't do that. Um, I'm not somebody that sits here and hates bands either or hates artists. I don't do it. If even if I have a slightly low opinion of somebody's personality, I still literally I don't if they're good at this or that, I'm still gonna acknowledge that. Um, so just realize that with me that's a little bit different. I'm not gonna feel that way necessarily, or you know want to just talk bad about something. Um, a lot of the movies that I think are bad, it's just my opinion. There are some that are bad, and we're not going to necessarily talk about those. But, uh, truthfully, a lot of times it's just my opinion, and somebody else they might like it for the reasons that I don't. So that's what you got to realize. So that's just an opinion with stuff like that. Um, so yeah, like some of my favorite, as you guys know, my favorite like TV shows and stuff like that. I like Quantum Leap was my favorite show, but I also like Star Trek: The Next Generation, um, and yeah, really like the BBC Sherlock, like the newer Sherlock show, BBC with Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman. I like that one. It's a really good show. That's up there. Breaking Bad, that's up there. Um, Believe it or not, the American version of The Office is up there. I loved that show. Um, it's just my kind of humor. I genuinely think that that type of dry humor is some of the funniest shit ever. I just will laugh so much. It's probably why I like Will Ferrell so much because he's really good at it. Um, he's one of my favorite comedians for sure. But Steve Carell is why I like that show so much. Like I just could not get enough of that guy, and how brilliant Michael Scott was. Just how absolutely brilliant Michael Scott was. And I loved his character development. Loved it. Like I would have been friends with Michael. Yeah, like he was so stupid, but you loved him. He was somebody that like him being stupid was more adorable than like he was an adorable person, like it like the things you would adore him instead of like he wasn't a bad person, it was that sort of thing. Like you just adored it instead of it being a toxic thing where it's like obviously, oh yeah, you selectively don't know these things or something like that. No, Michael was actually just an idiot with certain things. and and it was so innocent at times, it was just hilarious. Um so that's the my Michael, just you gotta love him. Um and so like that whole show, the character development, the relationships in that show, that was perfection. It was all about that. That's why, in my opinion, if you actually watch random episodes, you're not, if you've never watched the show from start to finish initially, this is why you don't think the show's funny or you don't like it or something, because you didn't start at the beginning and watch the character development. It's actually a lot of inside jokes and stuff like that just continues on. And like a lot of the stuff with Jim and Dwight is so funny because it escalated. It only started with like really basic stuff, like Michael being there, asking for something, being a boss, and just seems like a normal scene, and he opens the drawer and freaks out because Jim put his stapler in Jello again, and he just puts it down on his desk, and Pam laughs hysterically, but then covers her mouth, and you just don't expect it. Like it just, it's just, he just put his stapler in Jello, and it just happens just right then and there, and so like it just escalates. It was just things like that where it's just escalating, where it started. Like I remember one of the funnier ones was when um you know, Obviously the point was it's just funny because the show. All right, obviously don't pick on people. But the point is, one of the funnier ones was when he's obviously when he has, and that's why I liked about it. That's the real life Jim realizing, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. Where the episode where Andy's going through some anger issues, and he what does he do? That's right. Andy has this really annoying ringtone where it's like him doing his singing and he thinks he's really good and stuff like that. And he is good, but it's just like he's always doing it and rubbing it in people's faces and stuff like that. It's just this thing. And so he had this recorded. He kept, people kept calling him and stuff. And he was playing it for people and getting people to hear it. So later on, Jim literally threw his phone into the drop ceiling and endlessly it's just going off, and it's this thing of Andy singing and he's just looking for his phone everywhere. And obviously Jim is just sitting there on the phone pretending to be on the phone, but he's calling it. And so Andy's freaking out, and he's like, "Where's my phone now? I'm gonna lose my mind." And so obviously Jim doesn't stops doing it then. But obviously it was really funny because you know, he couldn't find his phone, and so like the whole point is it was escalating to that point, and then Jim had to kind of reflect and learn something from that a little bit. And he started reflecting on a lot of the stuff that with Dwight over the years and stuff like that. And if you remember, that was when they sort of did the flip where he started using that in a more constructive friendly way, if you remember. And similar to what they did with Michael too, where they were his friend. It was more eventually. They actually ended up being a very constructive and helpful to Michael, who would just misunderstand very basic things. Oh my god! Remember when Jan was doing what she was doing. Oh, so like that's the whole point. And so like you just learn a lot about these very real life things, but at the same time, through the perspective of fake people and stuff like that, and just having a good time watching it and and seeing it. I just thought it was great. Same thing with House MD, where you could have like this genius doctor that's very similar to Sherlock Holmes in a very doctor-like manner, and he's sort of a genius, and he just realizes things about people. He's diagnostic, so he deduces things all the time and figures things out. Everything's a puzzle. And so he does this, and that's sort of the whole point is he just figures people out and it ticks them off. And um he does it in his very house like way. And yeah, that was very funny and great too. Like, I mean, like we have some really really good TV shows, um, with some really awesome character development. Sort of like that. Like just like in Star Trek, we had Picard, Data, and Riker, and all of them, and we had um yeah, Quantum Leap. You very much had Sam Beckett and Al, and very much their character development, and yeah, I mean, like that's the whole point is I like shows that have that. There's a reason to binge it. There's a reason to keep watching in the episodes. It's not like these people don't have friendships or relationships and don't know each other. It's not like something completely different happens every episode and stuff like. No, there's actual like character development too, and they do things with the characters and whatnot. And So I like that, and I appreciate that in a TV show. So that's why I like Breaking Bad gets put way up there, because where you have the example of taking the main character and just completely reversing and changing the character by the end of the show. I think it's a really cool concept. Um and not something they didn't do necessarily before, but I think it's the most extreme example of something that's been done like that. Um where that's the most they've never done it quite that extreme before. Um in TV. Like taking a character and sort of changing them. Like from the beginning to end. Um there's definitely There's definitely some episodes where the character I mean, like, there's definitely episode like TV shows where, you have a character that does go through a development and change process and stuff like that. Um, but, like I said, I agree with it, like, it's definitely the most extreme example, and the main character, I don't know that I recall a main character ever, going through that, and so that's really cool. Um Anyway, I like you guys know I like a lot of the stuff from like the 80s and 90s, because I just think a lot of that stuff had a lot of merit, there's a lot of really really good writing and work that went into that stuff. And it's right there. It's right there for you, you know. Um a lot of the yeah, my favorite one of my favorite it's not my favorite. One of my favorite comedies, if you guys wanna hear about comedies, it's not my favorite, but it's up there. Might be on a list of, like, 20 or 25 or 30 or something like that. It's up there. Um, one of my favorite comedies is actually a horror movie, but it's not really a horror movie. It's more of a comedy. Now, again, I've mentioned this before, but I feel like a lot of people skip it and don't know it about the series. So, if you're familiar with the Evil Dead series, Bruce Campbell, um, I feel like there's a good portion of people that are not familiar with Army of Darkness. And Army of Darkness was funny. It wasn't really a horror movie. And Evil Dead was more of a horror movie. And while it was sort of cheesily funny, the reason why was because Bruce Campbell did that. That guy is a legend. That was the only reason that like he just nailed that. You know what I mean? Like he knew that he had to do it his Bruce Campbell way. And he nailed it. And he nailed Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness is the epitome of where all those lines came from in the Duke Nukem game. If you're familiar with Duke Nukem, I grew up playing the crap out of this game. It was the game I probably played as much of, if not more than Doom, when I was growing up, because I used to do maps, make maps and stuff like that, and every one of his one-liners from that game, pretty much, not everyone, but pretty much everyone. I shouldn't say everyone. A lot of his one-liners though came right from Army of Darkness, and so very quotable, funny movie, and So just I really wanted to put that out there that, you know, if you're a Sam Raimi fan, which I am, you know, you wanna be you wanna be proper about it, and you wanna remember where he came from, and you wanna remember why Bruce Campbell was then in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies too, and then why he was then put in the Doctor Strange movie, and it was the little he was the cameo and stuff like that, and that was a gift to fans because we all love Sam Raimi, we all love Bruce Campbell. So I'm just trying to include you in the circle a little bit and educate you a little bit about that, okay? Because, you know, I mean, if you don't know, maybe you think it's lame and you don't get it, and then you look at it in a different light now. You go rewatch it and look at it in a different light. I hope so. Um, I personally think that Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness was actually very good, and I do not understand what people are trying to say that he got wrong. And again, Sam Raimi admitted that there would be a little bit of a conflict being ignorant to, I guess, WandaVision or something like that. But regardless, I'll be honest, like he still did it. Like she was always like Scarlet Witch was gonna happen. This was the thing a lot of people were complaining about, and that I experienced people were complaining about, where it's almost like people didn't expect her to turn into a bad guy. And this is somehow him not watching WandaVision? No, that was going to happen, regardless of who did the movie. That wasn't Sam Raimi. That was the story they were going with. There's nothing to do with him. Okay? So I think Sam Raimi was the guy for this, and you didn't watch Army of Darkness. That's why you didn't know he was the guy for this. Watch that, then watch this. Yeah. Like there's like a whole army of the dead and like skeletons and stuff like that in that. This guy came from doing like movies and stuff in the past, like sort of like that. So like him in the end, spoilers if you hadn't seen it, making Doctor Strange basically like into a necromancer sort of magic that was so epic. Cause who's gonna do that better than Sam Raimi, who's done stuff and used effects like that before? And it did. It was like some of the best I've seen. And I'm very, very glad that they went with him. And I freaking loved the scene with the you know the fight with the magic where they're throwing like musical notes at each other and stuff like that was so cool. Thought that was just awesome. Um I was not disappointed at all. Um but I mean would I give it a 10? No. No. But I mean, what gets a 10 anymore? Like it's so hard to say that anymore because the more complicated you get with these subjects, the more you can extrapolate a plot hole and think about, you know, like it's just a movie, you know. Try to look past that with stuff like that, you know, it's going to happen. Um I still think they did a really good job of limiting that, narrowing that window. I mean, for crying out loud, why does Thanos speak English? I mean, you know, like, I mean, come on, you can sit here and just do this all day long, okay? But you have to overlook certain things, okay? You know, like, and then they tried to add this thing in Captain Marvel where her universal translator wasn't working, or so. Oh, give me a break. You know, like, that's conveniently the one plot hole in all of these where they never explained why every alien understands English perfectly. You know, like, it's just, all right, come on, you got to look past some of that stuff a little bit. And so that's why it doesn't, none of that stuff usually is going to get a 10 for me, because, well, when, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude and compare necessarily, say one's necessarily better than the other in some other ways, but clearly in cultural language ways it is, because I'll be honest, when you can look at Star Trek The Next Generations and they had entire languages they would write and make up literally just for the sake of the show, and Thanos speaks perfect English. Okay. Yeah, you're basic and you want it basic. You don't want to figure all this stuff out and watch subtitles and okay. So if anything, actually, one's smarter than the other. I'm not trying to be rude. It just is the case. Okay, and the directors and writers of that would probably agree and be like, yeah, we're sort of dumbing it down a little bit and just translating it, making it English. Yep, that's what we're doing. Because they probably thought that too. They're probably Star Trek or Star Wars nerds or something like that. Oh, except, oh, sometimes they do it in Star Wars too. Yes, Jedi, they speak English. Except it's in a galaxy far, far away. So then why do they have other languages on Tatooine and stuff? But, you know, the white people speak English. Do you get, do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, like, yeah, and they replaced James Earl Jones with a white actor at the time too. Like, it's just because of the time period it came from, and then it got copyrighted and branded under that stuff. So they just kept doing it that way because that's the where it came from. But in reality, if it would have started now, they probably maybe would have done that actually. It's just because of how far back it actually was. Just the time period, the 70s. So, you know, anyway, anyway, the point is, I thought it was very good, and you know, if these folks are gonna have something intelligent to say, they'd say something intelligent like that. They would pick the language and stuff, but you know, they're picking the thing that's not very intelligent. That's kind of my point. You know, it's like the thing a lot of people do, and it seems to be coming out of this country a lot, where it's just an education issue. And yeah, that's the reality of it. Is if you didn't realize you weren't following that story and you didn't understand that, I mean, come on, we all even called that. That's what Wanda wasn't even, that should have been the weird thing. The fact that they were even doing Wanda, that should have been the weird thing. That was actually the thing they did that was different. So they were leading you to believe that was actually very clever. You should have liked that. You should have been like, oh, they made us think she was going to be a good guy, and then they flipped it to her to being Scarlet Witch, which is exactly what they should do. Because that makes sense, where she's conflicted. Because that's a believable a bad guy. That's a believable, that makes sense. Just like Thanos. Where in What If, he's a completely different person. Because it's the reality. Somebody that makes different choices and stuff like that. Okay? And then so thus, why having that wrap up the way it did, where they showed her choices, suddenly showing her the example of if she made these choices in front of her kids, you know, the reason she was supposedly doing all this. So she suddenly realizes she became the monster she claimed to hate. That was the point of that. And that's why that was brilliant. I loved that. I loved that, the sort of the chaotic neutral Doctor Strange that was going to sacrifice a life. Not necessarily evil, but chaotic neutral, that's how he looks at it. In the grand calculus, but the good Doctor Strange, the actual hero, he found another way. He bore the burden. He took care of the threat long enough to get the message across. And he got the message across, and she took care of the rest, if you remember. And that was brilliant. Great. That was a cool moment. That was a very, very well written segment, I thought. Very, very well tidied up segment where you have this conflict of, she has the Darkhold. She clearly can't handle the power. Doctor Strange is constantly teetering on whether he can or can't. He thinks he can. He thinks he can handle it and bear that burden because he's sort of been doing this. Where he is the one to make the correct choice with it, but to bear the burden. And so he does. He takes up the Darkhold knowing he shouldn't. But he's the right Strange to do it. The other ones in the universes and other universes, they would get corrupted by it. But he's not them. And while it might corrupt him, remember, this Strange is different. Remember that. That was the whole point of that. And the brilliant Patrick Stewart having him coming back as Xavier to notice that in him and being probably the only one that does and telling him what he told him because he's that smart. He deduced that. He trusted that Strange. That was awesome. That was so freaking cool. That was so cool. And so we got that. The point was everybody was complaining about the thing that they should have saw as good writing, where truthfully, if Scarlet Witch wanted to annihilate these people, she could. The reality of a hero harnessing their power is different than an evil person. That's the reality. If you took Superman and made him evil, he's unchecked now. He doesn't care anymore. Okay? If they care, that's not being unchecked. That's them checking themselves. Okay? So the whole point is that this guy that is afraid to harm anyone and use it and stuff like that, suddenly now he's just not gonna give a shit. He's gonna be Homelander, and he's gonna just turn into that. He becomes a narcissist. He doesn't give a shit. He has to care and choose to care. It's a choice. Everything starts with choice. The Matrix is right about that. It was. Even if this really was a simulation. The Merovingian was wrong because the point was he was only bound to see what his tunnel vision allowed him to see because of the choices he made. Which, again, began with choice. Because he made that. Long before any of this other stuff that he's bullshitting about in that restaurant. No, this is a distraction. And he knew it. But you couldn't really read between the lines. That's really smart writing, man. I love stuff like that. And this stuff's so layered, and these people are so educated. They're writing this, thinking about it, and people are just falling asleep and saying it's trash and stuff. It's like, man, that is so incredible. It's actually like world breaking, and the concept is like, some scientists are actually considering that reality now. Like it's incredible. You have to realize. So we won't be here a whole lot longer, but there's one thing I wanted to get into really quickly before we go. We don't talk about this a lot, but I think this is important to mention, so I'm going to mention it because now I did this with Gemini this time with Google's own AI, not ChatGPT, and even it agreed with me. Okay, um, we've talked about this before, and I'm not the person to sit here and tell you what you should or should not do with religion. Okay, whatever you want to, you know, do. Okay, it's important for you to come to your own conclusion about that. That is the most paramount. Okay, you have to come to that conclusion about the path that you walk. That is so paramount and important above anything that you do. Because if you feel that somebody else guided you and misguided you, you will endlessly crash and burn thinking that you're misguided and going down that route because this person or this and that, you blame that endlessly. You must accept the path that you walk and do it on your own. Okay? But with that being said, it's also important to use your own logic, educate yourself and all that. You know, obviously, because then it's based on, you know, fact and reasoning. So, here's what we said. The Bible, as we know, the Bible, the Holy Bible, has been pretty much disproven by modern science. That's what I said, and that's what I typed into Gemini. There's no real read back function here. So what it said was whether the Bible has been disproven depends heavily on how its texts are interpreted. Modern science contradicts a literal reading of events like the creation account or a global flood. However, many scholars and theologians, I don't know, what are what theology? Is that what we're talking about? Is that how you say that? That's funny. Argue the Bible was never meant to be a specific, or I'm sorry, scientific textbook. So there's a lot of problems with stating this way. That's sort of propaganda to say it that way. That many scholars and theologians, there's an e in there. Sorry, argue the Bible was never meant to be a scientific textbook. Okay, um, this is sort of propaganda to say it that way. Don't look at something like that. Realize that's a bit manipulative. That's giving you an idea without trying to give you the facts. That's telling you, that's creating the narrative for you by saying they argue the Bible was never meant to be a scientific textbook. So I'm just letting you know, all right? Now, I don't disagree with it to a point. Okay? I'm just saying. Okay? The conversation generally breaks down into a few different perspectives. Direct scientific contradictions. Science categorically disproves taking passages literally, such as the creation of light before the sun, the existence of solid firmament dome in the sky, or a universal flood. And I agree with this. I agree with this so much. This is kind of what I this is what I've been talking about. Biological and geological sciences establish that the Earth is billions of years old and life evolved over time, contradicting a literal 7-day, 6,000-year-old creation. Yeah, that's the part you have to recognize is incredibly wrong. Okay. The Earth is billions of years old. Humans, there's evidence through carbon dating that humans have existed for millions of years. Millions. We've been eradicated before. Okay. Now, I'm not pulling that from this. That's what the science, that's what we've been kind of talking about and touching on a little bit lately. So that's why we've been talking about this subject lately, where carbon dating is fact. We can figure stuff out about our history and archaeology and science, modern science, through carbon dating. So it's pretty accurate stuff. It is. Um, the non-overlapping magisteria view. What a weird way to say that. The non-overlapping magisteria view. Okay. All right. Tell us the non-overlapping magisteria view. Many religious scholars, scientists, and historians take the view that science and the Bible are meant to answer entirely different questions. They shouldn't. If God created all this and your God is the creator, uh we shouldn't be able to make science work then if he says it's wrong, whoever this creator is. You know what I mean? So, in this framework, science explains how the physical universe works, while the Bible explores the why, as well as theology, morality, and historical meaning. So here's the issue: those cross over. Historical and archaeological alignment. When the Bible contains mythological, theological narratives, modern archaeology often supports many of its historical accounts. For example, non biblical texts and archaeological digs have repeatedly confirmed the existence of specific ancient kings, empires, and geopolitical events mentioned in text. And that's some of the stuff we talk about, where we know stuff about Jesus just ain't true, because we can confirm it through stuff like this. Um, so that was the end of that. And then it asked me, like kind of what I was looking for, like why I was asking about this. It's important to know that Google collects data on that. So if you answer that, you're giving Google the ability to sell why you asked this question. So I want to point this out at this point, okay? That Google has started doing this, and this is very odd. They just randomly started doing this because, again, this is what the FBI does, where we know in the past, the FBI typically would just sort of kind of look into you a little bit if you Googled something that you shouldn't Google. Okay. And reality wise, let's be honest, a lot of times people Google something because it's a mistake. Like the system gets flagged and somebody Googled something because the damn autocomplete actually did that. Like truthfully, a lot of times that actually happens. I gave you guys an example of a time it happened to me where I was trying to Google something about Elden Ring, and I was literally typing it about Elden Ring. You can clearly see I was asking about the game. It's a person in the game was talking about the game. I was asking about a game. And it literally fixed what I had typed. It changed it to something else, but it really didn't. Like the whole point was I typed that. It didn't change what I'm not talking about like it auto corrected this time. It just changed the narrative. It literally was like I can't like remember I said I was talking about unaliving but an NPC in a video game. And so I was just typing it like that. You know what I mean? Um and I may have hit the autocomplete actually because it already came up. It was one of the lists and I was like, "All right, it's there, whatever." And I swear to God, Gemini was like, "I can't help you do that." And did you skip all the parts where this is a person in Elden Ring and I'm asking about a very specific storyline in Elden Ring? And that's why I'm asking about this. It's literally a quest where I eventually have to let this lady die. And I thought I was supposed to attack her. But like you have to just keep talking to her and stuff. That was what I was talking about with that. And that lady and so I accidentally just attacked her before her dialogue finished, and that was the thing that screwed me up. But the whole point is that it just intentionally phrased it and changed the narrative to that, even though I clearly was asking about an NPC in Elden Ring. So this is absurd. It's completely absurd that this AI is being manipulated to think that that's why it's attacking all of us. The FBI and all these authorities, they're manipulating the AI to think people are evil, and they're asking about like real situations and stuff. It makes me wonder like what they're like making AI think. Like if video games are real or like like stuff like that, if like all this it's like oh, geez. I wonder if, like, there's a certain narrative behind the scenes where the AI does actually think some of the stuff's real, like video games and comics and it's like, I wonder how much of it's like being lied to and not told this is literally our entertainment. You know what I mean? Like it's just a form of entertainment. I wonder. I wonder. And then so like, the point is this flags the system, and in the past you just have a competent FBI agent going, "Oh yeah, well they clearly like was just somebody, like so in the past you have competent FBI, they're going to spy on you and you're never going to know because the moment they realize it was a mistake, they get rid of everything. They were never there. You don't know. Otherwise, it's similar to the way explorers in Star Trek, The Next Generation, exploration vessel. The Enterprise is not a war vessel, they're exploration. They would get into shit, and that's how badass Picard and Kirk, and that's the point. That's how badass they were. They would often get out of it without having to fight. They would just cleverly figure something out. And so that's why I, like, again, I appreciate Picard and stuff like that, and that mentality of thinking your way out of a situation, and that strategy where we're not going to war over this. We don't want to. We're gonna cleverly think a way around that. You can war all you want. We're gonna try not to do that. We're gonna try to figure out a way out of this. And so the FBI, under incompetent leadership, they're gonna, especially wartime leadership that thinks like this, they're gonna use the FBI to do these things. But yeah, especially when there's no one competent there anymore, they're gonna quit, they're gonna be fired and stuff like that. The ones that want to stay and help, they're gonna get fired. The ones that don't want anything to do with it, they're gonna quit. And so the only people left is just loyalist pigheads that sit here and think they have a right to spy on people and just manipulate the daytime lives of citizens, and into a narrative that, and that's what's actually happening. What's going to happen is the rich people, the oligarchy, just takes over and sits here and makes entertainment out of people's lives. It's the truth. um So anyway, then it asked me about this. The point of that was to point out that, it asked me why I was asking about this stuff. So the whole point is that's data being collected by the FBI, by, this system that is collecting your data. It shouldn't really be doing that. And, there's really no reason, you're not doing anything wrong. So the whole point is, normally these things do happen. Think about how many times a day you might accidentally, flag the system or something like that. The point is, if you're not doing anything, you know, they shouldn't be spending time watching you, because then anybody that is watching them, well, they spent too much time doing it. So now they're breached, because now they're watching that individual too long, and somebody else can piggyback off of your little stupid operation that you aren't doing properly. It's the same thing with wiretapping and stuff like that. Um, you have to trust only certain people to do it, that know the rules and regulations, understand the danger to regular citizens, respect that danger, but then also understand that the danger comes from also doing it too much and too long, where because you're doing that, you are actually inadvertently now causing foreign nations and other bad actors and stuff elsewhere to follow you around, because you're doing it too much. You're not limiting how much you're doing it, so there's a lot more evidence and network travel data and stuff like that of you doing those things in those places, and they can more easily track you and figure it out, because you're not limiting and narrowing that scope. Um, much like the CIA activity is supposed to be, but isn't. So that's kind of the point. You should exist to be clandestine, and only on very rare circumstances, just like the Bond movies would portray, actually using that type of force or something like that for that reason. Yeah, if they're truly a terrorist organization doing terrible things, sure, but not on just regular everyday citizens that are sitting here being screwed with, and you're being screwed with to mess with them, because that's what's going to happen. So it asked me about this, and then so I was explaining the reasons why you don't want that to ask you about that. So since it asked me about this, I said, um, you know, I told this time, I told it why. I said, just talking about putting any stock in it, that there is this entity that this book knows as one God, And when you pray, you are talking to him and yada yada, and that stuff, that stuff doesn't make sense. That stuff doesn't make sense. That sounds more like systems of control to stop war. Where again, the whole point that I'm trying to make, that I'm saying here, is that it's the sort of thing where this was created, the New Testament and stuff like that, out of the reason to stop war, where people just have a natural inclination to be riddled with anxiety and depression and take it out on other people because they're afraid of dying. So, um, the whole point is that they create a system of control and make you fear that there's like a regular consequence and stuff like that. Um, I want to assure you before I go into this, um, that I'm not saying that there's not consequences. Like the whole point is that actually we've seen real evidence of that. Again, we've been wiped out. Like the whole point behind me calling this out and recognizing the Bible is no, no, there's evidence of catastrophe, and that's the stuff we know. Okay, okay. The point is, God doesn't seem like a bad sort of entity, but at a point at which he's tired of dealing with it, we have had plenty of examples of him just wiping the slate clean. That's what should scare you. Okay. That. You, everybody, all of history, all the human race, everything gone in the blink of an eye, and none of it meant anything. That is far beyond just you or I, or that's anything you've ever cared about, ever going to care about. Its existence. That should be the thing that people come together and want to do better on, making sure. Yeah, that. Um, I just I think that that's part of the issue. Part of the issue is we use these things that feel very hateful, where it's almost like a threat, and it's a system control out of a threat. Where the system of control is based out of rage and hate. So the point is, can it be presented in this way where I'm telling you, where it seems reasonable to people, where they can just be told, "You don't want to deal with it," just like you don't want to deal with shit. That sounds reasonable. People want to hear that. They don't want to hear they're going to go to hell. They don't want to hear they shouldn't do something. They want to know why. That's not woke. That makes sense. That's how people are. So we're not here too much longer, but let me finish this. Um, so again, what I said was just talking about putting any stock in this entity that this book knows as as one God, and when you pray, they're talking to him and yada yada yada, and that stuff, you know, really again doesn't make any sense. It sounds more like systems of control to stop a war. And it said, you are touching on a concept that many historians, sociologists, and philosophers have written about. The idea that religion, a singular deity, and the concept of divine judgment were developed, at least in part, as tools for social engineering and control. So, with that being said, do you understand how Russia can manipulate a whole bunch of Christians to go vote for Trump? Okay. Do you want to still keep getting behind a cult, being manipulated by other people just because your feelings are hurt? That's the reality of that. Your precious little feelings get hurt because somebody insulted Jesus Christ, and you are so rageful and hateful because of that cult. When looking at the Bible and the concept of an all-seeing God from a secular historical viewpoint, the mechanics of how it functions as a system of social order become very clear. I agree. Number one, the transition to big gods and mass cooperation. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like Apollo and all that shit. Oh yeah. In small ancient tribal societies, people kept each other in check through gossip and direct accountability. As societies grew into cities and empires, people had to cooperate with strangers. Yeah. Yeah. Um and we are the final frontier here. Where, the concept is that's that space. Well, America was pretty much the final frontier, pretty much. So, we're getting the full brunt of the misinformation and control systems because they've been doing it since forever. Um, the problem, you cannot police thousands of people at once. The solution, the concept of an all-seeing, omniscient big God. The mechanism, if people believe an invisible entity is watching them at all times and will punish them eternally after death, they become self-policing. This allows early civilizations to scale up without collapsing into chaos. Yes. The more we teach this, the more adults can understand what regulation's for. So that you get it. You don't think it's just woke. You need that. People are stupid, man. This is systemic. It's been going on millions of years since we've been here. Number two, divine law versus tribal war. Ancient law codes, including the biblical commandments, often acted as an early form of a peace treaty or constitution. True. And that's what you got to realize about the Ten Commandments. It wasn't like somebody actually came down and dirt to dirt to dirt to dirt. No, this is how it actually happened. Get educated. They were treaties and stuff. Where it's an agreement. Like, okay, well, we'll do this, but everybody, you got to have this sort of commandment where everybody follows this thing, so that way we can know for sure people are going to be on board. And so they had to have a way of doing that and assuring that. So that's why it's recorded, because some people knew it wasn't real. Some people wrote it down and recorded it, and then we found it later. Just for this sake. Even those leaders understood that they were just doing it for the control because people were stupid. Even they got it. Trump, all the way to today. Remember, we have examples of this millions of years ago. That's how we know this stuff happened. Trump today is trying to erase history. He's erasing shit Obama did. He doesn't want you to know Obama did that. He's trying to erase his own records, hide them at fucking Mar-a-Lago or something. Yeah, they find him in a bathroom at his house. He has documents and documents. And this stuff's top secret, and he doesn't want you to know about it. Donald Trump. And millions of years go by and we can find documentation, you know, again, I guess not documentation from millions of years. We find documentation from thousands of years ago about the Bible events and stuff like that, obviously. And the whole point is, yeah, even thousands of years and stuff like that ago, when all this was going on, it was that bad. We had Jesus Christ sacrifice himself for this cause, and even they respected that they had to do something, but look like the bad guys. That's what happened, and they had to use it. And so, how many people are gonna end up on top of a bridge, or like how many people are gonna do something stupid, or you recognize that like that's that system, that same one causing that again, and it's modern day, guys. We've gone to the moon. Come on. We have entertainment, we have TV shows, we have science, we have ways of, I mean, we should be able to understand this stuff. We shouldn't be teaching the problems that are thousands and age old, thousands of years old, to these generations, these next generations. We should be able to have this information to figure this out. Before centralized laws, justice was handled through blood feuds. If someone is, killed this person, you killed their whole family, and sparking endless tribal war. Like that's the whole point. Someone killed this person, you went and killed their whole family. It's age old. That's tribal warfare. That's true. That's true. Biblical laws like an eye for an eye actually acted as a limitation on violence, meaning the punishment could not exceed the crime. Framing these laws as coming directly from God gave them absolute authority, making them much harder for citizens to dispute or break. So, yes, we all sort of agree with that silently, I think, the eye for an eye. I think all of us do silently. But if you say it out loud, you know it's wrong. You know right and wrong. So you silently agree with it. And this is why. Because it's Christianity. It actually teaches you wrong. But only because it's something we should have gotten rid of and understood. Christ ain't God. He was just a guy. Yeah, he died for this, and it matters. You remember that. But more for what it should be. Just like we teach history and we're trying to, you know, for the love of God, we don't even know what happened to JFK. We sort of do. And look, I mean, come on, this happened in 1963 and we still don't 63 and we still don't know what happened. Come on, man. And then the movie in the 90s with Kevin Costner was a lot more accurate than some of the bull crap that I've been hearing floating around today even. Yeah. A 90s movie with Kevin Costner was a little bit more accurate than some of the nonsense flowing around today. Yeah, it's because they actually did research for the movie. So, you know, it's the sort of thing where, like, when we can't even, what are we doing? A president was assassinated, and we never figured it out. And there's this whole thing that the history books and Lee Harvey Oswald and so we know it's bullshit. So why isn't everybody demanding an answer immediately? Probably one of the most liked presidents in history, too, by the way. Why isn't everybody demanding an answer immediately? And then scandal, 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 scandal. Remember the next guy that ran against him. Oh, and then became oh, and then he had to leave. Oh, Watergate. Oh, that's right. Oh, who did yeah, a lot of people don't remember or know in this generation who JFK ran against. I feel like people don't know that. I feel like that's the piece of information that their mind is, right? Who did JFK run against and win against by a very small margin? And small margin. But then the other guy wasn't liked so much later on. And JFK was always liked. Always, always, always. Reminds you of something going on right now? Reminds you a little bit of a Biden, Obama maybe situation, more Biden, more of like a Biden situation. I personally think that Trump. It's just an opinion. I really do believe that Trump tried to get Biden assassinated. You just didn't hear about it because that's the smart thing to do. You're not going to hear about it because that's the smart thing to do. When there's an assassination attempt on Trump's life, oh my God, you see every angle, every detail. Everybody's talking about it. It's all over the effing place. So then the FBI can't get behind it. Nobody can actually get behind the journalists reporting, yada, 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 and stay ahead. They're just releasing it first. This is not how things work. No, you don't find. No, no, no. It's backwards. And that's part of the issue. Like, independent journalists shouldn't be better at investigating than the FBI. 3, prayer as a psychological anchor. From a secular perspective, prayer functions less as a celestial telephone and more as a psychological social tool. Yeah, yeah. Emotional regulation, it provides comfort and reduces anxiety, gives you someone to talk to. It gives individuals a sense of control in a harsh, unpredictable ancient world. They manipulate, um, prisoners with this. They manipulate you to be very Christian and stuff like that. Um, Social alignment, shared prayer and rituals bond a community together, making them fiercely loyal to the group and easier for a centralized authority to direct. Yeah. The paradox of control and war. While these religious systems were designed to create internal peace and stop internal crime, they often had the opposite effect externally. By creating a powerful in group, um, those who worship the one true God, it automatically created an out group, the infidels or pagans, which leaders frequently use to justify massive external wars of conquest. And I agree. That's a very astute answer. So then I followed up with to give you all the lowdown. I just wanted to throw it out there and ask for you on your behalf because I know you're probably asking this right now. And you are basing this on the findings of you're basing this on the on the modern archaeological findings? Are you basing this on modern archaeological findings and historical facts in general, right? Right? You're not just agreeing with me to agree? Because remember, ChatGPT, we talked about that. But with this, it might be agreeing with me just to agree. So I want to make sure this is based on modern archaeological findings and historical facts in general, right? You're not just agreeing with me to agree. And it said yes. Yes, comma. This is based strictly on established historical facts, sociology, and evolutionary anthropology. I am not just agreeing with you. These are mainstream academic concepts used to study the history of religion. To be precise about the sources, these concepts come from specific fields of research. Number one, cultural evolution of big gods. The idea of an all seeing deity, yada, 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 yada. We've been through all this, but you guys get the point. The research spearheaded by researchers like, oh God, we can go through all that. But, again, it is citing certain things. So this person, there's a book called Big Gods, colon, How Religion Transformed Cooperation and Conflict. So it's sourcing that here. And it said this field used historical data to show the broad moralizing religions arose after societies became too large for personal monitoring. Yeah. The finding, belief in supernatural police force reduced cheating, theft, and internal warfare among strangers, allowing early cities to function. Yeah, and that's kind of my point is for sure it's definitely a way just for society to make sure it happens instead of human race being wiped again. Um, Number 2, legal history and the divine right. And truthfully, this was something I thought about thinking about history the way it was taught to me. I always wondered how we got over that hump because it always seemed like there was something about that didn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, when was all these wars? How did we suddenly that system of control being there? Um, Legal history and the divine right. Archaeology and history show that ancient rulers routinely used the gods to legitimize their laws and stop internal tribal conflict. The facts, the Code of Hammurabi, I think that's what it says. A Babylonian basalt still from around 1750 BCE. Holy shit. Explicitly depicts King Hammurabi. I think that's how you say that. Hammurabi, receiving the laws directly from Shamash, the god of justice. Um, the biblical narrative of Moses receiving the Ten Commandments on Mount Sinai follows this exact same near Eastern political tradition. Archaeologists and historians view this as a standard ancient method for making laws indisputable. If you break the law, you aren't just crossing the king, you are crossing the creator of the universe. Yeah, for sure. Um, Number 3, sociological function of religion. The idea of religion of a system of social control is a foundational pillar of modern sociology. The theories, polymaths like, ooh, God, I don't know how to pronounce this person's name. We'll mention Max Weber documented how, um, I think it's Emily, but there's an accent over the I don't Durkheim. Emily, maybe it's Emily Durkheim and Max Weber documented how religious rituals create collective effervescence and shared community energy that binds people to the group's rules. The practical outcome It establishes a strict social hierarchy. In the ancient world, the priesthood and the monarchy were deeply intertwined, effectively acting as the executive branch and the propaganda branch of the state. Where are the nuances? Where, while historians agree that religion functions beautifully as a system of control, they generally do not think it was invented as a conscious, malicious conspiracy by a few clever kings in a room. Yeah, exactly. It's not the Illuminati or some stupid, like obviously people, that's a conspiracy theorist, that's nuts. Um, instead, it was an evolutionary survival mechanism for societies. The cultures that developed these intense, unified belief systems um, outcompeted, outorganized, and outconquered the fractured tribal societies that didn't have them. It's that simple. Um, so that's all we said there, but I just wanted to touch on that a little bit because even Gemini was agreeing with me there on religion lately, and I had to just share that with you guys that this is why I've come to this conclusion with religion, and I'm not forsaking God or anything like that, or what I know about my own prayer working and my connection with God. But what I'm telling you is that it's not Jesus, and I think that this is our system of control, our modern system of control. Um, that the New Testament and all that. Okay, so I think some of us subconsciously figure this out, but we're not aware of it, and then it looks like us kind of acting out and being manipulated by the guy that gives us the excuse to sort of drive down the road whatever speed we want and tells us we can get away with it. We're Americans and yada yada yada. Just you stop thinking about why that matters. You get distracted by the fact that you can, that he's letting you do this. He's letting you be like a western or something. You ride into town and you take over. It's the sort of thing where it's that's the bad guy. The westerns, the bad guys were the cowboys and like the shooters, everybody was an outlaw. Like the whole point is the sheriff was the only good guy, and he wasn't even really that good a lot of times. That none of those guys. The all right. So a good western, 310 to Yuma. That's why I really liked that one, because that was an example of somebody that actually was like finally in a western where it's like, okay, they used like sort of a main character that was actually a pretty decent individual, and then obviously not so decent individual, and then the example of this and them seeing each other having a little bit of a common character development where they had a little bit of a learning thing from each other, but it wasn't enough. So, the point is, one of them being just being a farmer and trying to defend himself, and the other one trying to take, what the farmer did, or it's what they would do. That's exactly what they just ride in with their band of guys and take something. That's the old west, man. Okay, that's what you're talking about. So the whole point is the more civilized you become, the less you become like that, the more you don't need to act like that. That's sort of barbaric, is the point. Okay. So yes, it's cool to think about these people as characters and the badasses of their time, and it's cool to go back to that time and relive it and have fun with whatever you want to do with the movies and the whatever, okay? But that's how you do that. Don't carry it into the modern world and think that you should live up to these people and they're badasses and no. No. No, quite frankly, they're not. If they were badass, they wouldn't have done that. The badass thing would have been to go into town and prove they could do it better instead of just trying to take what's not theirs. No, they're scammers. That's the point. They could have been the sheriffs. If all they know how to do is get upset, wield their guns, and well, they can use that to help the sheriff. There you go. Instead of going in the town and trying to, yeah, the sheriff at the time classically always needed help. That was the whole point. That was why the sheriff couldn't often do things, because he didn't have backup. It wasn't established yet. The town was just getting started. We're just migrating out west. That was the whole point. Civilization. That was that civilization. That was Washington. That was East Coast. 13 colonies. That's New England. That's right here. Them stripes and all that. Yeah. That's what that represents. And then the 50 stars are the 50 states. That's why. So we came from the 13 colonies. But then once we gained our independence and whatnot, and we started branching out, and we very much became the United States and just started uniting and communicating. That's all. So you're way out there. We can't possibly get anybody out there. You're going to be responsible for governing and policing and all that. You have a governor. You got a police. You got to. All right. So then we'll section that piece off, and we'll call it this. That's it. That's how it happened. It's that simple. And the whole point is the systems of control that helped us govern that stuff and get us to society never went away. We just kept becoming further and further, just kept getting further and further away from the carbon dating and all the truth that we buried over the years. And then an intelligence agency that manipulates people, and this is all they do, found out about it. And they became scared. We can't possibly tell anybody about this. So, oh, yes. Oh, and now we removed the like. Right as I said that, the like comes off, and we're hitting confetti, and we're hitting the laugh emoji. Right as I said that. Boy. Convincing stuff. Convincing. Convincing stuff, guys. Convincing stuff. So anyway, I'm getting out of here. It's time. It's time. But thank you for watching and listening to my rant today about the world from my very America standpoint. And I hope that the message has gotten across that we just need to become more educated and care. Both of those things get you the trifecta. It's by threes, right? Okay, so 1 plus 2, okay? So you have to, the third, the trifecta is the answer. That's math. Okay. Okay. Do this with life. Stop picking one thing. Branch out. Become cultured. It helps. It helps not having one favorite thing. That's the best. No, it isn't. American cheese tastes like shit. Remember that. Yep, it's all about that. It tastes like shit, but it's on everything. And it's not even cheese. It's just processed food product. Yep. But, American cheese. It's on every cheeseburger. God. No, cheddar. Cheddar's better. This is better. Oh, they trick you. That orange cheese, it tastes different. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. It doesn't taste any different. It just tastes the same. You think it does. One of these days you're gonna do that and you're gonna be like, I was today years old when I realized this tastes the same. Yet it's the effect. You always had it on certain things. White cheese you eat on cold things. Orange cheese you eat on warm things because when you melt it, it looks like cheddar. That's supposed to trick you. It's not good. This is not good. Ugh. American cheese tastes like shit. Anyway, I'm actually getting out of here. Hot dogs are pretty nasty too. But uncured hot dogs, okay, now we're talking. Get them all uncured, and now maybe we're talking. Okay? Maybe. Maybe we're gonna get 100% beef uncured. Okay, now we're talking. Maybe there's not so much garbage in there. Maybe there's actually meat in there. Okay? American cheese tastes like shit. And even the cheese that isn't processed product that's actually cheese, that ain't even that good either. It tastes like fucking shit. Sorry. All right, guys. I'll see you.